Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
So the prayer has been said and the chair taken. However, the House is facing a quorum hitch at the commencement of the sitting of the House. The Speaker has directed that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes. This is, of course, to give room to the members of the Senate to be able to make their way into the House and join their colleagues.
And enable the House attain that much needed quorum for the House to be able to commence. As we wait for that, we shall continue to take a look at the business that the members will be transacting this afternoon. Earlier on, I had indicated to you that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 53, paragraph 1,
there are members of the Senate who this afternoon will be seeking statements from various standing committee. Remember, these statements are on matters that could be relating to county, inter-county, national, regional, or even international concern. The Senator for Machakos County, Honorable Agnes Kavindo, will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget. This regards delayed payment of local suppliers by the Machakos County government. Nominated Senator Hamida Kibwana will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. This regards the unresolved cases and the welfare of returning personnel from the Haiti mission. The Senator for Kajiado County, Honorable Seki Lenku, will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing regarding the optimization of the investment at Ongata. Well, the Senator for Kajiado County will this afternoon seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing regarding the optimization of the investment at the Ongata Rongai and Ngong standard gauge railway stations. Nominated Senator Honorable George Mbugwa will this afternoon seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health regarding the prioritization of persons with disabilities under the Social Health Insurance Fund, commonly abbreviated or referred to as SHIF Sponsorship Program. Senator Mbugwa also has a second statement. This is from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare, and this regards the planned reintegration of children from institutional care to family-based care. Those are some of the statements that are passed on to the provisions of Standing Order 53, paragraph 1. The members will be able to seek for those clarifications as well as information from those various standing committees. This afternoon also the members of the Senate are set to consider. There are bills that have been dispensed with at the debate stage. There are bills that are at the second reading stage. A debate on them was concluded this afternoon. They are lined up to go into division, that is for them to be read for the second time and also be able to move into the next stage. That is at the Committee of the Whole, where if there were any amendments that the members may have proposed or moved, then at that stage is when they will be considered. These are bills that are this afternoon set to go into division. Of course, this will be subject to the quorum. Remember, at the division stage, the members of the Senate take a vote on whether the bill should be read for the second time for it to be able to proceed. And these bills include the Division of Revenue Bill, a bill originating from the National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2026, where we understand that the Senate or the senators are proposing that monies that should be sent to the counties for the next financial year, that is 2026-2027, be pegged at around 450 billion. Remember, the National Assembly had proposed 420, which according to the senators, that amount is still on the lower side. Remember, the current financial year, the county governments have been allocated 415 billion, so they are saying that the increase of 5 billion is not adequate or is not enough yet to be able to enable the county governments to carry out with the functions that are at the county governments, and therefore they are pushing for 450. So that is a bill whose debate was already concluded this afternoon. It's supposed to be read a second time and for it to proceed into the next stage. This is a bill that seeks to provide for the equitable division of revenue raised nationally between the national government and the county governments in the next financial year, that is the 2026-2027 financial year. The other bill that the members of the Senate are set to consider it at the division stage is the Culture Bill, a bill also originating from the National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2024, a bill whose debate was interrupted on the Tuesday 10th March, the year 2026. It's set also to go into division for it to be read for the second time. The purpose of this particular bill is to give effect to Article 11 of the Constitution. Article 11 of the Constitution, which recognizes the state's obligation to promote all forms of national and cultural expression through literature, the arts, traditional celebrations, science, communication, information, mass media, publications, libraries, and other cultural heritage. The Constitution also mandates Parliament that it shall enact legislation to ensure that communities receive compensation or royalties for the use of their cultures and cultural heritage. So this particular bill seeks to give effect to that article of the Constitution, also promote all forms of national and cultural expressions through the forms that I have just read out to you early on. Also ensure that communities receive compensation or royalties for the use of their cultures and cultural heritage. All right, let's listen in to the Speaker.
With the afternoon's business.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon of a visiting delegation from the Parliament of Uganda, comprising of members from the Office of the Leader of Opposition. The delegation comprises 10 members who are in the Senate to undertake a training at the Center for Parliamentary Studies and Training, CPST. Now, Honorable Senators, I will request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. The Honorable Joel Nyonyi, MP and Leader of the Opposition and then Leader of the delegation. The Honorable Nambeshe John Baptist, MP, Chief Opposition Whip. The Honorable Auma Kenny, MP, a member. The Honorable Adeke Ann, MP, member. The Honorable Okot Peter, MP, a member. The Honorable Akelo Lucy, MP, a member. The Honorable Nicholas Kamara, MP, a member. The Honorable Shikito Leko Robert, MP, a member. The Honorable Dr. Sozi Leonard, Principal Policy Analyst. Mr. Ali Mivule, Public Affairs Officer. Now, on behalf of the Senate, on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful and enriching visit. I have a further communication. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon of a visiting delegation of officers from various county assemblies, institutions, and state departments. The delegation comprises 17 officers who are in the Senate to undertake training on legislative media relations and reporting at the Center for Parliamentary Studies and Training. Honorable Senators, the program has brought together the officers from the following institutions: the County Assembly of Samburu, the County Assembly of Nyeri, the Bombers of Kenya Limited, the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, the Postal Corporation of Kenya, State Department for Industry, State Department for Mining, State Department for Public Works, State Department for Medical Services, State Department for Justice, Human Rights and Constitutional Affairs, State Department for Broadcasting and Telecommunications, and State Department for Public Investment and Assets Management. On behalf of the Senate, on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. I will call upon the Senator for Kakamega County to extend a word of welcome to the delegation from Uganda, and also Senator Faki to extend a word of welcome to the officers from the department, from the different departments of the Republic of Kenya. You may proceed, Honorable Halwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's indeed an honor for me to welcome these colleagues from across the border. Mr. Speaker, when I look at them, they are fairly young, and as evidenced by my own brother who is there, we should soon get rid of the boundaries between Kenya and Uganda and Tanzania and Rwanda and Burundi. We don't need them because we have 40 members of parliament from my community here in Kenya, and we have 13, including my brother there, in Uganda. The same applies to the Maasais when you cross to Tanzania and so on. So our parliaments should actively engage so that we rid East Africans of the burden of paying salaries for 5 presidents whose work we really don't understand. We could only do with 1 president, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is very important because you saw yesterday when two of our presidents were meeting in Dar es Salaam. They were on the same agenda and speaking in different tongues. It shows why we should have a unified presidency, Mr. Speaker. And finally, I want to wish you well as the opposition. The future is bright. I know that in the next election, you're going to form government. And the moment you form government, on this side, Senator Kinyua here and myself, we shall have formed government. So we'll be working very well with you. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I welcome them.
Senator Faki. Order, honorable senators, order. Order. Senator Faki, you may take the floor.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Fernandi, you're out of order, Senator Fernandi.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuwakaribisha na kujiunga na wewe kuwakaribisha wageni kutoka mashirika mbalimbali ambao wamekuja katika bunge hili la Senate ili kuweza kusoma na kujionea wenyewe utendakazi wa Senate. Ni fursa adimu kwa wafanyakazi kuja hapa bunge, na kwa hivyo tutachukua fursa hii kuwakaribisha na vile vile pia kuwatakia kila laheri katika mafunzo yenu. Leo dhuhuri ya leo mtapata fursa ya kuona baadhi ya viongozi wenu wakiwa katika kazi zao hapa. Na tayari mmeona Senator Khalwale akisema kwamba wana wabunge 40 hapa Kenya na 13 kule Uganda, na anasema pia marais wapunguzwe. Lakini ikiwa tutapunguza marais, vile vile pia tutapunguza wabunge 53 ambao wamewataja. Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Honorable Senators, before I allow the clerk to call the next order, I've got a further communication to make. I have a communication to make regarding the regional seminar on African Parliaments for Climate Action, themed Reducing Methane, Promoting Development. As you're aware, Parliament plays a central role in strengthening Kenya's response to climate change through legislation, representation, budget making, and oversight. In this regard, I wish to notify you that the Parliament of Kenya, in partnership with the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, will co-host the Regional Parliamentary Seminar on Climate Change and Methane Emissions Reduction from the 15th to the 16th of May 2026 at Emara Ole Sereni Hotel in Nairobi. The summit brings together members of Parliament from across Africa to deliberate on the role of African parliaments in advancing climate action with a focus on methane emissions reduction and the promotion of sustainable development. Senator Boni, be attentive when the chair is communicating. As part of the build-up to the regional seminar, Parliament has scheduled a Parliament media breakfast dialogue on methane emissions in Kenya to be held tomorrow, Thursday, 7th of May 2026, from 7 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. at Parliament Buildings, Nairobi. The breakfast dialogue will serve as a precursor engagement under the broader theme of enhancing public understanding and parliamentary action on methane reduction in Kenya and across the region. It is intended to deepen public understanding on methane emissions, support accurate media reporting, and strengthen collaboration between Parliament, the media, technical experts, and key stakeholders ahead of the regional seminar. The engagement will bring together members of Parliament, media, technical experts, representatives of the executive, research institutions, development partners, and the private sector actors. Now, honorable senators, the program for the breakfast dialogue and the regional seminar will include technical presentations on the global perspective on methane, Kenya's methane profile and inventory systems, research and innovation in methane reduction, and private sector perspectives on sustainable methane management. The engagement will also feature moderated panel discussions, media engagements, and parliamentary reflections on policy, legislative, and oversight gaps requiring action. At the conclusion of the regional seminar, a field visit for delegates has been organized on the 17th of May 2026 to the Sleeping Warrior Special Economic Zone in Gilgil. The Special Economic Zone presents a model green energy zone, and we provide parliamentarians with an opportunity to appreciate how a zonal approach can increase renewable energy access and why it is important to create an enabling environment for every investment. I therefore urge all honorable senators to note the Parliament Media Breakfast Dialogue scheduled for tomorrow and the Regional Parliamentary Seminar on Climate Change and Methane Emissions Reduction, and to participate in these important engagements, which form part of Parliament's continuing climate action agenda and its commitment to promoting sustainable development. Thank you. Next order, clerk.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Now, statements pursuant to Standing Order 53. Senator Faki, with the level of technology we have, you need not shout to catch the speaker's eye, but you may make your intervention.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningeomba kauli kutoka kwako kuhusiana na uendeshaji wa ratiba katika bunge hili. Mheshimiwa Spika, jana alasiri tulipokuwa tuna mjadala kuhusiana na mswada wa kubadilisha sheria ya mihadharati, Mheshimiwa Naibu Spika ambaye ndiye mdhamini wa mswada huo alikuwa ndani ya bunge na akapendekeza mswada huo, na mjadala ulipoanza Mheshimiwa Deputy Speaker alirudi akakaa kwenye kiti cha Speaker. Mheshimiwa Spika, hatuna shida na swala hilo, lakini swala la msingi ni kwamba alikuwa anasimamia mjadala wa mswada wake, na katika sheria za natural justice, Mheshimiwa Spika, unajua mimi naye tunajua kwamba hakuna mtu ambaye anaweza kuwa jaji ama hakimu katika kesi yake, na tuweza kusema si kesi yake kwa sababu uamuzi utatolewa baadaye, lakini katika fikra na masuala ya usimamizi wa kesi ama usimamizi wa mambo kama haya ya bunge, Mheshimiwa Spika, itakuwa ni kinyume na maadili ya kisheria mtu awe ni msimamizi wa mswada wake ama mpendekezaji wa mswada wake na kisha akae kwenye kiti kusimamia mswada huo. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo lingine lililotokeza pia ni kwamba Spika alipata fursa ya kujibu baadhi ya yale mambo ambayo sisi kama maseneta tuliyazungumza wakati yuko katika kiti, swala ambalo lina nyima yule ambaye amependekeza katika mjadala wake au katika maelezo yake yale ambayo angependa pia yeye ajibu kutokana na majibu ambayo ametoka kwenye Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, kujibu hoja inajibiwa baada ya mwisho wa mjadala, ili yule ambaye atajibu aweze kupata fursa ya kusikiza hoja zote ambazo zimependekezwa, na yeye pia apate fursa ya kuweza kujibu. Lakini jana mimi binafsi nilijibiwa na Spika pale pale wakati baada ya kumaliza, swala ambalo nilishindwa kupata fursa ya kuweza kumjibu yeye kwa sababu hakuniruhusu kujibu zile hoja ambazo alikuwa amezieleza baada ya yeye kupendekeza mswada ule. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hili swala, je, ni sawa katika kisheria Spika ambaye atakaa kwenye kiti awe ni mtu ambaye amedhamini ule mswada ambao unajadiliwa, ili tusiwe na tashwishi kwamba ataweza kuwa na upendeleo fulani kwa upande fulani ama ajipendelee yeye mwenyewe kwa sababu mswada ni wake. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante Mheshimiwa Faki. Hilo ni swala nyeti na nitapeana mwelekeo wangu kesho kuhusu hilo swala. We are on request for statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. The Senator for Machakos County, Senator Agnes Kavindu. That statement is dropped. Senator Hamida Kibwana. That statement is dropped. Senator for Kajiado County, the Honorable Seki Lenku Olkana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. A request for a statement on the optimization of the investment in the Ongotarongai, Kitengela, and Ngong SGR station. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of Roads, Transport, and Housing on the matter of inter-county concern regarding the optimization of the investment in the Ongotarongai, Kitengela, and Ngong SGR station. Honorable Speaker, the Ongotarongai, Kitengela, and Ngong SGR station were established to provide alternative and affordable means of transport in order to decongest Langata and Ngong roads corridor. This investment was to be supported by upgraded access roads, personal motor vehicle parking and ride facilities, and enhanced security. However, the supporting infrastructure remains inadequate and absent, and therefore it's little evidence of the overall objectives of the project being realized. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the actual vice versa, the initial projections of the average passengers traffic and revenue of the Ongotarongai Ngong SGR station, the socio-economic impact attributed to the construction of the railway station, including weather and attained outcomes, response with unexpected levels. The steps being undertaken by the government to improve the supporting infrastructure and enhance accessibility to the railway station, including details of any planned development or rehabilitation of access roads and related amenities, and provision of first and last mile transport options. 4, the other strategies being implemented to improve passengers traffic and ensure the project delivers optimal economic returns to justify the level of public investment. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
No. Senator George Mbugua. That statement is dropped. Senator George Mbugua had 2 statements. Both statements are dropped. Statements pursuant to Standing Order 56-1. The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Agriculture. That statement is deferred. The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Devolution.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to submit the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations for the period January to April 2026. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 561B, I rise pursuant to Standing Order to make a statement on the activities of the Standing Order Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations for the period said. Honorable Speaker, during this reporting period, the committee has carried out various activities pertaining to its mandate. The committee has transacted the following legislative issues and businesses. A, the committee considered the following 3 bills, which it shall soon be tabling the respective reports before this House. Roman 1, the County Government Laws Amendment Bill 2025, Senate Bill number 14 of 2025. 2, the County Government Amendment Bill 2024, Senate Bill number 39 of 2024. 3, the County Oversight and Accountability Bill 2024, Senate Bill number 3 of 2024. The committee has further processed 4 statements that were sought from the committee. Of the 4 statements, Honourable Speaker, the committee has considered and concluded 1, leaving the 3 statements pending before the committee as a result of, relays coming from the ministries and the ministers who are supposed to come and the other participants. Honourable Speaker, the committee has also continued its inquiry into national government parastatals that are currently undertaking devolved functions. This practice undermines the spirit. The practice of parastatals undertaking the spirit of devolution. These functions are constitutionally assigned to county government, and their continued execution by national government entities resulting resource failing to reach the counties mandated to perform them. To date, the committee has held 5 such parastatal sittings with 5 parastatals. Upon concluding engagement with the remaining state corporation, the committee will report on the same. Honourable Speaker, on 21st of January 2025, there was a cabinet resolution that was reached by the cabinet for merging and dissolving 42 parastatals. And up to now, the same function is still being performed by the same parastatals, and they have not been merged or taken to the counties. According to the Abdicadis report, the task force of parastatal reforms, the 18 that was identified that they should be moved to the counties. Honourable Speaker, to date, no action has been taken. IGRT has tried its best to move those, recommend the parastatals be moved, the functions to be moved to the counties, but still the same organizations that have been recommended are still getting their budget and still remain at the national level. I think it is high time this House shall engage with our counterparts in the National Assembly to stop giving funds to these parastatals that has already been recommended and resolved by the Cabinet. The budget for this year by 2026-27 budget should be taken to the counties, Mr. Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, to safeguard the independence and proper functions of the county, Public Service Board, the committee recently undertook an inquiry on the alleged unlawful closure of Trans-Nzoia County Public Service Board. Honourable Speaker, what happened? The board has some days remaining before it is wind up, before the term end. But however, the governor of Trans-Nzoia took action, unnecessary action, to close the office, and the members of the board remain outside of the office. However, the committee went there and resolved the issue that no member of the former members were there, and therefore the matter has been resolved and agreed upon. But however, the term has already ended. Hopefully, they have left since the term has ended. Also, Honourable Speaker, in fulfillment of the constitutional mandate to safeguard devolution and promote effective intergovernmental relations, intergovernmental cooperation agreement between the Nairobi government and the Nairobi national government and Nairobi City County government on the delivery of key services in Nairobi County. While the Constitutions and the Intergovernmental Relations Act envisages consulting and cooperation between the 2 levels of government, such cooperations must be exercised strictly within the confines of the law. Accordingly, the committee has engaged both the national government, engaging the Prime Secretary, Prime Cabinet Secretary, and the Governor of Nairobi County and the principal basis to this agreement to examine its particulars, the legal framework, and the underpinning its implications and service delivery in Nairobi County. The committee is now finalizing the report on this matter, which will be tabled before the House in due course. If the committee currently is considering the application for the conferment of city status on Thika municipality in accordance with the Urban Areas and Cities Act. In this regard, the committee has undertaken several activities, including engagement with the key stakeholders, namely the governor, the municipality board, the ad hoc committee that was established to review the application. The committee has also conducted public participation through an open hearing to collect views from the stakeholders and members of the public. To further ascertain the compliance of the statutory criteria for the conferment of city status, the committee undertook an inspection of facilities for conferment of city status. The committee undertook an inspection of the facilities and services within the municipality. The committee is now finalizing its report on the matter, which will be tabled before the House in due course. Honorable Speaker, the committee has also considered the 2026-27 budget policy statement and issued a number of recommendations on the key budgetary and fiscal matters affecting the devolution sector. In accordance with the standing orders, the committee's report was duly forwarded to the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget. Honorable Speaker, the committee has also recently held a meeting with the chairperson of the municipality boards in Kisumu County, during which the boards raised a number of governance issues affecting the effective functioning of the municipalities. As envisaged under the Urban Areas and Cities Act, the committee observed that these challenges are not unique to municipalities in Kisumu, but also affects many counties, the city, and many municipalities across the board. The committee intends to commence a comprehensive inquiry that will engage key stakeholders, including municipality, city boards, county governments, the control of budget, the auditor general, to establish whether these entities are being governed and operating in accordance with the law. Because there's a lot of challenge, Madam Speaker. Most of the municipalities and the cities, management committees, our management boards are not getting the requisite support from the county governments. They are not being given any budget. They are not independent from the counties, and therefore, I think we need to address on serious note on that matter. Honorable Speaker, we plan in future to continue in inquiry into the national government parastatals that are still performing the evolved functions, and take visits to various counties to inspect development projects and install projects also being implemented by the county governments, because there are so many installed projects that that have not been completed since the start of the inception of devolution. A county like Taita Taveta has almost 100 and something installed projects. I think Turkana, we have solved the problem. There was a problem between the executive and the contractor. The committee actually made efforts, and now Turkana is actually second over the facilities that was installed and is completed. We are also commencing an inquiry into the operations and governance of municipalities and cities. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I wish to appreciate the Office of the Speaker, the Senate, the members of the committee, and the Office of the Clerk for the steadfast support they have accorded to this committee. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Senator Abbas Mohammed, the Chairman.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Education. That statement is deferred. Before I allow Senator Montet, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to give a statement relating to the activities of the Standing Committee on Education for the period between February to April 2026. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 56(1)B to make a statement relating to the activities of the Standing Committee on Education covering the period February 2026 to April 2026. Meetings. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period under review, the committee held 30 sittings, during which various legislative business was considered, including 1 bill and 21 statements. Mr. Speaker, sir, on bills, in the reporting period, the committee considered a bill on the Basic Education Amendment Bill 2023 National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2023. That provides for inclusion of a sub-county education board. The committee held a public participation hearing on the bill and received 18 submissions from various stakeholders. The committee is currently considering the amendments and will be tabling the report on the bill in the next reporting period. On statements. During the period under review, a total of 21 statements were sought from the committee. The committee considered and concluded 3 statements. The committee has a number of pending statements from the Ministry of Education, and the committee is scheduled to engage the ministry on the matter on delays, submitting responses to statements. The list of the pending statements before the committee are listed in Annex 1. Mr. Speaker, inquiry. The committee considered the inquiry into the implementation status of early childhood development education, ECDE, and vocational education and training policies, and met with 6 governors of Samburu, Busia, Nairobi, City, Meru, Embu, and Vihiga counties to deliberate on the status of implementation in these counties. County visits. The committee also undertook 4 county oversight and networking engagement, that is in Busia, Uasin Gishu, Trans Nzoia, and Elgeyo Marakwet counties, to acquaint itself on the status of early childhood development education, ECD, and vocational training centers, VTCs, in those counties. Consultative retreat. The committee had a consultative retreat with the Ministry of Education, during which it deliberated on key sectorial issues, including persistent funding shortfalls despite significant allocations, progress and challenges in infrastructure development and the rollout of competence-based curriculum, ongoing reforms to rationalize state corporations and harmonize education laws, deficits in university financing affecting students' progression and challenges in the TVET subsector. Mr. Speaker, sir, follow up on resolutions. In the following up with the state resolution arising from the 2 petitions regarding discrimination in payment of hardship allowance to teachers in Taita Taveta and Kilifi counties, the committee held a meeting with the Ministry of Public Service and Special Programs to deliberate on the status of the matter. Policy interventions. During the reporting period, the committee considered a circular dated 19th January 2026 from the State Department of Basic Education directing the merger of the Diploma and Early Childhood Teacher Education with the Diploma in Primary Teacher Education, DPTE, into the Diploma in Teacher Education, Pre-Primary and Primary, DTE and PP&P. In this regard, the committee engaged the Council of Governors, Education Committee, and stakeholders, including the Early Childhood Professionals Association of Kenya and the Kenya Early Childhood Private Training Institutions Associations. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the next reporting period, the committee says to undertake the following activities: meeting with the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning on timely and adequate release of funds to TVET sector, engage with the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, SRC, on the Ministry of Public Works and Special Programs on continuous review and assurance of advisory on payment of house allowances payable to teachers and public servants following the change in status of towns and municipalities to cities. Consideration and tabling of the reports of the inquiry into implementation status of early childhood development education, ECDE, and vocational education and training policies in Kitui, Makueni, Kilifi, Kwale, Mombasa counties. Mr. Speaker, sir, in conclusion, I wish to sincerely thank your office and the office of the Clerk of the Senate for the continuous support accorded to the committee in executing its mandate. I thank you, Betty Montet, Chair.
Senator Fatuma Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the continued occupation of Oldonyiro County Assembly Hall by Isiolo County Assembly beyond the expiry of the gazetted 5-month period on 11th December 2025 and the legal consequences on the business transacted at the venue outside the gazetted period. Mr. Speaker, Kenya Gazette Notice number 11384 of 11th August 2025 authorized the temporarily relocation of the Isiolo County Assembly sitting to Oldonyiro County Assembly Hall for a fixed period of 5 months, commencing 19th August 2025 and expiring on 11th December 2025 to facilitate renovation of Isiolo County Assembly chambers. The notice was explicit that upon the conclusion of that period, the County Assembly would resume its sitting at the County Assembly chambers. The period has since lapsed. Notwithstanding the expiry of the gazetted period, the County Assembly of Isiolo has continued to conduct assembly business at Oldonyiro County Assembly Hall from 11th December 2025 to date without any renewed gazette notice, fresh resolution or other lawful authority for such continued occupation. Further, Oldonyiro County Assembly Hall is situated at a significant distance from the majority of Isiolo County residents and members of public. This distance continues to limit citizens' ability to access county assembly service, particularly participate in assembly proceedings and engage in public participation processes. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the current status of renovation of the county assembly chambers that were cited as the justification for the temporary relocation of Oldonyiro County Assembly Hall, and obtain documentary evidence including contracts, progress reports and inspection reports confirming that the said renovation have either been complete or are still ongoing. Number two, the legal basis upon which the County Assembly has continued to conduct business at Oldonyiro County Assembly Hall after 11th December 2025, notwithstanding the expiry of the gazetted period. Number three, the legal standing of all resolutions, approvals, and any other County Assembly decisions made at Oldonyiro County Assembly after 11th December 2025. Fourth, the measures in place to address the challenge of public access to county assembly services and proceedings. Finally, whether any accountability measures will be taken against the persons responsible for directing and facilitating the continued conduct of the county assembly business at Oldonyiro County Assembly Hall after 11th December 2025. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you may allow me, there was a statement I brought on the floor of the House sometimes back, almost a month. There were about 27 members of county assembly staff who were laid off and who are not even actually on the payroll up to now. So there's nothing that I have gotten as far as response is concerned. So it's really a very urgent and serious matter. I thank you.
Now, honorable senators, before I allow comments on the statements that have been sought, allow me to make this communication. Senator Mazayo, kindly take your seat. Honorable senators, I'd like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of a visiting delegation of 10 teachers and 171 students from Milimani Junior School in Nakuru County. The delegation is visiting the Senate for a one-day academic exposition. Now, on behalf of the Senate, and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. I will call upon the Senator for Nakuru County, the Honorable Tabitha, to extend a word of welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I want to take this opportunity to welcome Milimani Junior Secondary School, who are the Speaker's Gallery, and to congratulate them for this visit and to congratulate the teachers and the parents that have made this happen, to facilitate them to travel to the Senate. This is where we do the registration and we do the representation, and we ensure that we push for resources to come to our counties. I wish you all the best, and I pray and hope that you learn this visit, will learn a lot, and will prepare you to become the next senators for Nakuru County. Thank you. I'll see you outside there, but I'm very proud to see one of our schools from Nakuru County at the Speaker's Gallery. Thank you. Karibu. Asante.
Now, honorable senators, I will allow comments for not more than 15 minutes, and therefore, if you get an opportunity to speak, kindly do so for not more than 3 minutes. The Honorable Senator for Nandi County, Senator Chiranke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to comment as per Standing Order 56.3 on the statement by Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. Mr. Speaker, while I appreciate they have updated that on the issue of stalled projects, but I want to appeal to the committee. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of this year, we had a pending bill of 163 billion Kenyan shillings. Mr. Speaker, the case of Kioko, for example, in Machakos, underlines that there are 1,000 ways of dying. One of them is having a pending bill with the county government. And Mr. Speaker, you have been a governor and you know this very well, Mr. Speaker. Like Nairobi City County has a pending bill of between 100 to 121 billion. Mombasa County has a pending bill of 4.98 billion. Murang'a County 2.7 billion, where the governor is running around like a headless chicken trying to move from one party to another. Garissa, Mr. Speaker, is the worst, with over 6.07 billion Kenya shillings, Mr. Speaker. And of course, Machakos with 2.8 billion. Mr. Speaker, I would appreciate if the chair, Senator Mahabas, would tell this House, under your guidance, what are they doing to ensure that our businessmen and women in Kilifi, where you come from, in Nandi, in Makueni, in Nairobi, should tell us what really happened, Mr. Speaker, so that 163 billion can be paid, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, the issue of stalled projects must and should be handled with care, Mr. Speaker. And I hope, and finally, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of Education Committee, I didn't hear the chair, Mr. Speaker, sir, saying that there are some statements that have taken too long in the Education Committee. I don't know whether the problem is with the ministry or with the committee. And I wish the chair would be listening to me through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, that a number of statements have taken too long, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope these matters can be addressed by the various committees, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy today that Arsenal yesterday trashed Atletico Madrid, Mr. Speaker, and the reality of going Budapest. And we hope PSG will be beaten by Bayern Munich today, Mr. Speaker, so that Arsenal can win a cup for the final.
Fernande.
So, Mr. Speaker,
Senator Fernande, you're so irrelevant.
I support
totally
Mr.
irrelevant.
Speaker.
Senator Manzo.
The Speaker must be a Man U fan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to comment on the statement by Senator for Kajiado. Mr. Speaker, the SGR is now scheduled to expand to Kisumu. But the plant and the equipment already put in place and the infrastructure for there to be, to transport Kenyans from Gong and also from Kiserian and also from even Konza City, Mr. Speaker, that the whole idea was to ease, traveling to the city and reduce the number of vehicles coming to the city when Kenyans are encouraged to use the SGR or the train, the normal train station, Mr. Speaker. But unfortunately, I don't think the Kenya Railways are utilizing their full potential of transporting, passengers, Kitengela and Syokimau, you see the SGR or even the normal train system, so that many Kenyans can be encouraged to use the train system, Mr. Speaker, as it is in many parts of the world. And I really think this statement is very important. We really want to pin down the Minister in charge of Transport and the CEO in charge of the railways so that they can utilize this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. It's also an opportunity for them to make money and also ease transport and make full utilization of the equipment which is already with the SGR and with the normal rail stations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's also, that sort of idle infrastructure is a waste to the country. And Mr. Speaker, I think this country should have a culture of completing existing projects before going into new ones, Mr. Speaker. There's nothing wrong going to Kisumu. We all look forward to it. But is it the right timing, and is it going to be properly utilized? Are Kenyans acquiring the culture of using train, Mr. Speaker? And finally, on that particular point, the security of the train system is important, Mr. Speaker. They used to be guarded. There used to be a police section doing it. Nowadays, it seems to have gone slow or not facilitated. In Makueni, the SGR goes for 300 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, we are now encouraging citizens to be on the watch out, and should they see anything fishy, then call the leadership, call anyone they can get. But I really want the police, special unit dealing with the railway and for its security to make sure, Mr. Speaker, they are around so that, and even the road system which used to be there, to make sure that the whole train system to Mombasa is accompanied, by a moving vehicle and patrol. Mr. Speaker, that's not happening. So this statement, I support it. It's very important, and we look forward to grilling the minister in this chamber. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to say a few things about Senator Seki's statement on SGR. Honorable Speaker, SGR is a normal business, it's a transport business. If stations like Rongai, Ngong, and Kitengela, highly populated areas, towns, are not having stations that are being run, no roads, no parking, how do you expect to invest a lot of money in SGR and then those facilities are not working? This is a disaster. I would want the committee chaired by our respected senator, distinguished senator, to please, with this committee, to do a thorough investigation. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, railway go-downs today in Kenya, they are all gone. Buildings that were there, the go-downs which were there, were brought down, and somebody has taken most of the railway land. And Honorable Speaker, an example I'll give you, I had leased property on Kitui Road for almost 15 years. We had 3 years left on our lease. And all of a sudden, one night, goons came and brought down the whole go-down with our goods in there. And then when we asked, we were told we had a court order. And we were told this court order, it's just a mere paper, it's nothing. Honorable Speaker, today in this country, if court orders are just mere papers, documents, like toilet papers, what is going to happen to this country? Honorable Speaker, I want to support the statement, Honorable Seki. This is very, very important. I want the committee, if possible, to visit all the 3 places, Rongai, Kong, and Kitengela. Similarly, Honorable Speaker, there are investments that are done now, currently, by the railway. They are doing apartments, some in Mombasa, some in Nairobi, so many places. I would want the committee to investigate what are they doing. Are they for sale? Are they for rental? What are they for? So that we know the investment the railways, Kenya Railway, is doing in this country. Finally, Honorable Speaker, there are a lot of railway land. And our president is always talking about affordable housing. Why would you give go-downs to individuals under a lease over a lease to individuals who are connected to the government, while affordable houses, multi-story building can be built in those go-downs, those land? So, Honorable Speaker, I would want the committee to investigate even court orders.
Senator Okech.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. I wanted to just very quickly commend and comment on the quarterly report that has been issued under this statement hour by the Senator for Wajir, Senator Abbas, in the work that the Devolution Committee has done. I think, Mr. Speaker, this is very commendable. And, Mr. Speaker, if you quickly just scan on some of the concluding remarks that were put here in terms of the committee's future plans, the committee has indicated here that they will undertake to visit the counties to inspect development projects being implemented by county governments. These are very important ones, Mr. Speaker, especially looking at what we experienced today in the morning on the issue of KIPES. I wanted to urge the committee to really look at this issue of KIPES, because when the minister appeared here in the morning, he did indicate that most of the counties that they prioritized, the 17 that they have prioritized, they have issued the entire amount, but the counties are not matching this amount. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budgetary allocations in these counties, those monies have been allocated. So it means that there is somebody in the county who is doing serious tender variations. And I think that my county is very notorious, Migori County. I wanted to urge the committee to look at Migori County in terms of the KIPES that is being developed in Nyatike. The government has released all the money that we have fought for from here, and we have released that money to go to the county, but the portion by the county government never gets to the right hands, or even if it is released, the variations are humongous and are not achieving the purpose. And alongside that, I wanted to urge the committee, Mr. Speaker, to also look at the value for those projects. The second part that I also wanted to just quickly share about here, Mr. Speaker, is the committee wants to commence an inquiry into the operations and governance of municipalities and cities. I wanted to say, Mr. Speaker, that the committee would really benefit from the work we've done for the last 3 years in CPIC, because in CPIC we have been able to look at all our urban areas and cities and municipalities. And we've done so many reports that I hope that the committee will depend on, especially on the issues of operational autonomy and the issue of judicial autonomy, and more importantly, the way those boards are operating. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, there has been laxity by the county governments, especially the governors, to allow for that autonomy of those municipalities to take root. So perhaps the committee should focus on how they can give life to the report that the CPIC committee has done in mainstreaming the entire Urban Areas and Cities Act into the functioning of municipalities. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support this report. It's a good one. Thank you.
Senator Ogola Beatrice.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you for granting me the opportunity. And Honorable Speaker, I want to start by supporting the statement by the Senator of Kajiado on the issue of the standard gauge railway. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when you travel along this country, you see the strain that our roads have all over. You see a lot of heavy trucks moving on the roads, Honorable Speaker, and that is partly why our roads cannot be maintained to the standards, Honorable Speaker. And sometimes even the many trucks on our roads create a lot of traffic jams, Honorable Speaker. And a number of our roads were not initially prepared to the capacity to take care of the heavy loads that we see. It is on this premise, Honorable Speaker, that I support the upgrading of railway lines. But as those upgrades are made, Honorable Speaker, they must be optimized because public funds will have been used in building the railways, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker,
Along with that, I also want to support the statement by the Committee of Devolution and to speak out something that has been outstanding in counties, Honorable Speaker. In most of our discussions in committees, counties are not meeting their obligations in terms of matching funds, even with partners and even with the national government. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of health, the committee should take note, as the devolution committee, that you look at funding of immunization and you see that there are corresponding funds that are given by donors. But health being a devolved function, Honorable Speaker, the counties must also chip in into their budgets, into giving some monies to support immunization, Honorable Speaker. Even when they give those monies and spell them out on their budgets, they hardly provide those funds, Honorable Speaker. When you look at the FLOCA commitments from counties, that is also wanting. When you look at all funds that counties are to provide to match other partners, the counties don't meet their obligations. And Honorable Speaker, this is the committee that must follow that. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, on the Urban Areas and Cities Act, we have municipalities all over the county. Honorable
Senator Sifuna.
Speaker, allow me to thank the devolution committee that is led by Senator Abbas. Speaker, I think you need to move my seat at this rate. But the point that I was making is that I am grateful to the committee that is led by Senator Abbas and the members there, specifically Senator Chute, I think, and Catherine Muma, had raised issues including issues of public participation or the lack thereof, and the fact that there was already a start date for that particular agreement without public participation and without even the approval of the Nairobi County Assembly. So the problem I have is that you are telling the House that the report will be tabled and that agreement is already being implemented. So I am a bit worried, Honorable Speaker, because I don't know what sort of leverage we have as a House in terms of determining outcomes of certain inquiries. And you can see, Honorable Speaker, that in the report by the committee, they are also saying that the committee has future plans to inquire into national government parastatals that are performing devolved functions. And that was our biggest gripe, Honorable Speaker, because for some of us, reading that agreement, we felt that it was an open or back-ended transfer of functions. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we objected on the basis of that. So I'll be looking forward to that report, and I'm hoping that the report incorporates the concerns that were raised by members of the committee itself, because I was present in that particular meeting, including how we can proceed with such an agreement, Honorable Speaker, without the input of the people of Nairobi. But I was happy, at least with the conduct before the committee, although some of the members of that committee, Honorable Speaker, misinterpret their role to be defenders of governors when they appear before that committee. And I am glad that Senator Abbas, you stood firm and said that this House is on the side of the people and our work is to oversight governors and not to massage them when they appear before our committees. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Mazaya.
Asante sana, Mstahiki Spika. Mstahiki Spika, pia mimi nataka kujiunga na taarifa hii iliyoletwa hapa na seneta wa Kajiado, ndugu yangu Seki. Cha kwanza ni kwamba, Spika, tunaona kwamba maendeleo tokea uhuru patikane hivi sasa imefikia miaka mingi, zaidi ya nusu karne. Na tumeona maendeleo ya gari la moshi mpaka sasa tumefika hii ya SGR, ikiwa kwa upande mmoja, ilhali kwamba katika historia ni kwamba gari la moshi lilianzia Mombasa likaenda mpaka Kisumu na huko kwingine pia kukafaidika. Lakini hatuwezi kuelewa ni kwa sababu gani barabara hiyo imetengenezwa kwa sababu ya gari ya moshi. Lakini sisi pia watu wanaoketi sehemu za chini kule kulikoanzia, pia ingekuwa swala kama hili limezingatiwa, ya kwamba kunatakana kuwe na gari ya moshi ambayo inaweza kutoka sehemu kama za pale ilipo pale station hapo Mombasa na kuelekea mpaka pengine karibu na Kilifi, ama ikiwa haitafika lakini ifike mahali kama Vipingo, ili watu wa kule pia waweze kufaidi na waweze kuona hali ya uchumi na maendeleo yanayopatikana ndani ya Kenya. Ni jambo la aibu sana, Bwana Spika, nikisema ya kwamba ukiwa unasafiri kutoka Mombasa, ikiwa unakuja mpaka Mtwapa na hatimaye uende Kikambala na uende mpaka Vipingo, utaona kwamba unamaliza masaa karibu 4 watu wanaotoka kazini. Inakuwa traffic jam kubwa. Lakini kama ingekuwa jambo kama hili linaweza kuwa focused ama linaweza kuangaliwa kwa kina, basi watu badala ya kuwa na msukumano wa magari mengi ama matatu nyingi zinazokwenda mpaka Kikambala na Kilifi, ingekuwa hazifiki town, zinabaki kama Kikambala ile kuweza kuchukua wale watu na kuwapeleka Kilifi. Kwa hiyo mimi naona ya kwamba statement kama hii ni nzuri, lakini utanganyo wa watu ingekuwa bora zaidi ikiwa nao sehemu kama hiyo inaweza kuangaliwa vizuri ili kuweza kuimprove ile passenger network.
Months they are out in the cold. I thank you.
Now, Clerk, take note of that. That statement was requested a while ago. Can you make a follow-up with the relevant committee so that we get a response to that matter? And at any rate, not later than Wednesday next week. Senator Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to support the statement by the Senator of Kajiado, Senator Seki. He's one of the senators who's very passionate when it comes to matters Kajiado County. Today I've seen how he's been able to engage with the Minister for Energy on compensation matters. And now on the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker, on the issue as to why the Ministry of Transport has not taken time to ensure that there is accessibility of traders and other Kenyans within that county to be able to access the SGR facilities, the SGR amenities like the shops that have been put in place that should be generating revenue, not only to the company itself, but also benefiting the people of Kajiado County, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, as much as some of these projects are governmental projects, there has been a wrong mentality in this country whereby when something is for the government, then it's not really utilized to its maximum level in terms of maximization of revenue, and at the same time, giving services maximally to its people within its environs, Mr. Speaker. I would want to urge, as I support the statement of Senator Seki, that the Minister for Transport should be able to quicken and fast track by sending his team to the ground to ensure that accessibility is given. And this cuts across many other public and governmental infrastructures that have been put in place. We've seen infrastructures that are there. Payments have been done already, handovers have been done, but at times nothing is working because one institution or the other institution has not been able to provide what needs to be provided. For this case, accessibility is very, very key. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable senators, allow me to rearrange today's order paper pursuant to Standing Order 45-2, so that we move to order number 17 and thereafter resume the normal flow as contained in today's order paper. Clerk, kindly proceed to call that order.
Order number 17, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bills number 21 of 2025. Second reading.
The Senate Majority Leader.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this chance. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2025, be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, this is rather embarrassing because today is 6th of May, 2026. We are basically 1 month and 24 days to the end of the financial year. And this is when we are considering equalization fund for 2025-2026. It's very shameful, I must agree, Mr. Speaker, because honestly, it was not out of idleness that the people of Kenya included Article 204 into our constitution. It's because they were fully aware, Mr. Speaker, that there are two Kenyas, that we live in the same country, same republic, we sing the same national anthem, but our realities are extremely different, Mr. Speaker, that while there are parts of this country where when residents wake up in the morning, they can choose which tarmac road to take, Mr. Speaker, there are other parts of the country that in this day and age, you find an entire constituency, they have never seen tarmac, Mr. Speaker. That if you talk of piped water, Mr. Speaker, that is a dream. And it's until students from the schools visit maybe the bigger towns within the proximity of those localities, that kids can see water flowing out of a water tap, Mr. Speaker, and it's a spectacle for them. There are parts of this country, Mr. Speaker, where the distance between a health center and another is in hundreds of kilometers. And the people of Kenya, fully pricked of their conscience, Mr. Speaker, made provisions for Article 204, where we provide 1.5% of the nationally raised revenue, Mr. Speaker, and we share it with parts of this country that are less fortunate so that we are able to do programs. I'll be speaking a bit later, Mr. Speaker, about how well that has been done and how we've been able to execute that particular part of it, Mr. Speaker. But I was just laying the basis for our appreciation as a House on the importance of Equalization Fund. Mr. Speaker, Equalization Fund is almost like life support to certain parts of the country. Yet, as we are moving division of the revenue for 2026-2027, we are equally moving Equalization Fund for the past financial year. That cannot be right. And Mr. Speaker, I must confess that it is not out of the making of this House. We received this bill perhaps just a few weeks ago, and we have processed it. And I want to believe, Mr. Speaker, should we conclude on debate today, depending on how many members want to speak to it, as early as tomorrow, we should be able to progress it to second and third reading, because we don't even have, at least none that I'm aware of, Mr. Speaker, any deep, detailed amendment to this proposed bill. And it's not right, Mr. Speaker. We cannot continue to live like this. And I must appreciate the genius of the drafters of our Constitution, because they provided. Remember, first of all, after the passage of this Constitution in 2010, Mr. Speaker, and the beginning of the bicameral parliaments in 2012, Mr. Speaker, it took us close to 5 to 6 years before we operationalized this particular. There were cases in court, this or the other. That institution has never picked, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I just need to check, and maybe we will engage the CEO one time, because there's something I'll also be proposing to the House a bit later, further down my notes, Mr. Speaker, on actually what has been the success of this particular fund in the far-flung and the forgotten corners of this country, as the people of Kenya expected, Mr. Speaker, and what has been the success of it and what not. The question that I was raising in this particular part of my submission, Mr. Speaker, is that I doubt if we have been able to implement more than 5 cycles of equalization funds, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. It's not right, it's not godly, and we need to do better. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the House that we quickly move with this bill, and I hope that we can get to provision of these resources, because it's provided by the Constitution. There's nothing even to think about. There's no debate to have, Mr. Speaker. It is known that Article 2 of 4 provides, Mr. Speaker, that once we have the audited accounts of the previous financial year, 1.5% immediately goes into this fund by operation of the Constitution. No need for any appropriation, no need for any bill, Mr. Speaker. This fund is so specific, unlike even the division of revenue between the two levels of government, because this one, Mr. Speaker, has only two conditions. Condition 1, it needs to be 1.5%. Condition 2, it needs to be 1.5% of the last audited accounts. And all those are known at the end of every financial year. So I don't understand even this long winding road that we sometimes take with the Treasury, Mr. Speaker. It is a continuation of the marginalization, Mr. Speaker, by the centralists, those who never believe in the spirit of devolution, Mr. Speaker, and those who particularly don't identify with the needs of communities such as this that need this problem. I was in North Hall 2 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker. No, I'm not sure whether we were with Eddie. I think it was Senator Ledama or somebody else, Mr. Speaker. You drive for almost a whole 1 hour, Mr. Speaker. You don't see a drop of water. These funds were for communities such as those, Mr. Speaker, that we understood they have unique needs which must be addressed, and the only other way you can address them, Mr. Speaker, is provision of a sink fund such as this. Yet, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we continue to speak a lot of English here in Nairobi while people continue to suffer. We must do better, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, this bill, Mr. Speaker, is something that we need to expedite with a lot of speed, appreciating that the national government shall use the equalization fund only to provide these services as listed: water, roads, health, facilities, and electricity even, Mr. Speaker, to marginalized area to the extent necessary to bring quality of those services in those areas to the level generally enjoyed by the rest of the nation so far as possible. Imagine, very basic and elementary. You're just trying to elevate other Kenyans to live the general applicable standards in the rest of the country. And we have a big debate about it here in the country. We ought to do better. The challenge, Mr. Speaker, is that at present there is no law that provides the issuance of funds out of the equalization fund for the provision of basic services for 2025-2026. Each law that we do, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, is for subsequent years. In fact, I really want to question the wisdom of yearly passage of this bill, Mr. Speaker. Why can't we do it like the CDF? Mr. Speaker, I have grudgingly come to accept that we lost the public, those of us that argue for devolution so passionately, that the people of Kenya are not with us with regards to the conversation on CDF. And there's a reason to it, Mr. Speaker. Part of the reason why each time there's a conversation on CDF, you'll find that members of the public will agree and say, at least that one, we identify with it and we want to see more of such funds, Mr. Speaker, is that its utilization is stratified. It is known. There's very little that members of the National Assembly have to do, much as they take pride as patrons of the things. It is known that you can only spend up to 2.5% on this particular budget item. You can spend up to this particular item on bursary, this one on infrastructure development, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, when you devolve funds into such a small unit as a constituency, Mr. Speaker, and you stratify its usage so that it's known how you can use, and you develop the amount, Mr. Speaker, such that you don't have to pass an yearly bill such as this, such that if it delays, you can get to May without giving the National Law on Equalization Fund, Mr. Speaker, then that law will be popular. It's because if you walk to every village in this country, citizens can identify and they can point to you and say, this particular school, this particular hall, this particular this was built by the National Government Constituency Development Fund. And we must find ways, Mr. Speaker, of developing the equalization funds along those lines so that this process or this particular desire to pass a law on a yearly basis, Mr. Speaker, becomes a thing of the past. Though the amounts vary and differ, Mr. Speaker, we can pass a formula for the same. In fact, there exists a formula on how these funds are distributed, guided and developed by in partnership with the Commission for Revenue Allocation, Mr. Speaker, are such that immediately will be done with these particular funds, it will be known. And I like the fact that the Equalization Fund Board, Mr. Speaker, has actually broken down this into ward level. It's not even about counties anymore. That they did a study on the most marginalized wards in the country and provided the needs that exist therein. And there is a process through which members of the public are engaged. They are informed that this is the applicable rates or amounts that are available for yourselves, and they can go ahead and implement this project. I'd wish that one day, Mr. Speaker, we get to engage also with this board, the Equalization Fund Board, Mr. Speaker, so that they can do a report to us as Parliament also, particularly us in the Senate, Mr. Speaker, to appreciate the projects that they have been successful in overseeing and ensuring that it's properly implemented. The biggest threat that devolution continues to face today, if you go to any county, from here in Nairobi all the way to Tana River, Kericho, whichever part of the country, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that people consistently complain that it takes inordinately long before a county government can complete one simple project. That you begin this particular project, you set out, you do the groundbreaking, you do it on budget and on time, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how we are ever going to resolve that particular issue. The day we shall crack that particular matter, Mr. Speaker, devolution will begin to sink deeper into the hearts of our people, and people will appreciate. People yearn, people cry for more resources, Mr. Speaker. But the bigger challenge that we have, even us as senators, is that many times citizens ask and say, Mr. Senator, you proudly tell us that you have devolved 8, 9, 10, whatever number of billions of shillings. Can you show me how it fits into this particular county? And so long as there is no complete project, so long as it is an array of a building that is at 60%, a bridge that is on 20%, Mr. Speaker, another hospital that is at 70%, it will never make sense to people, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the ultimate measure, Mr. Speaker, of a good manager of resources, a good governor, a good county government, Mr. Speaker, should be measured by projects that begin from start to completion on budget and on time, Mr. Speaker. That if a county governor is able to point out at the very least 5 to 10 projects that they have begun and completed, forget about roads. That is not a project, Mr. Speaker, because that is just grading and doing this or the other. I am talking, Mr. Speaker, about projects that are complex in its implementation, either a hospital, an ECD, Mr. Speaker, things which people can identify and say, this one, it began on this particular date, and by such and such a date, Mr. Speaker, we had completed that particular project. If you go around your county, and I can identify so many in each of our counties, Mr. Speaker, it is littered by projects that were begun in the first cycle of county governments from 2013. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the same way we have done a study on, what are they called, these bills that haven't been paid, pending bills, Mr. Speaker, we need to do also evaluation of stalled projects. It will shock the country across our county. Projects where county money was put, but up to date has never been completed. It has taken longer than usual, Mr. Speaker, and therefore citizens continue to lose resources, Mr. Speaker. That will be unfortunate. And this is what I'm arguing against in this particular bill, and hoping that Equalization Fund Board can actually one day be able to demonstrate to this House that out of the funds that you've set aside, this is what we've implemented in all these particular counties, Mr. Speaker. That will be our place of pride. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, that is a long and short of this particular bill. Provision for the provision of basic services for all this 2025 and 2026. Once this bill is passed, Mr. Speaker, it will ensure that the funds are allocated, are issued and utilized for provision of services to marginalized area as contemplated under Article 204. Luckily for us, Mr. Speaker, is that at least these funds, once they get into the equalization fund, Mr. Speaker, is that there is no way out apart from utilization in the already identified project. So it continues to pile at that particular place. But, like I have said, the same way we have an NGCF board, who I see occasionally releasing reports of the projects that have been successfully implemented in a particular financial year, I challenge the CEO of the Equalization Fund, together with that particular board, Mr. Speaker, to furnish the public with this particular report so that people of Kenya appreciate the important role that this particular institution plays. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to speak for so long on a very simple topic, which I hope we can complete in the shortest time possible. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and request the member of the Budget and Finance Committee, the Senator for Migori, Senator Eddie Okech, to second. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senator Eddie, you may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, it is indeed an honor to second this bill as moved by the majority leader, Senator Arun Cheriot. And in fact, I want to urge the House in the same spirit, to pass this bill as has been submitted in this House, or rather tabled in this House, without amendment, for the purposes that this is a bill that needs to be fast-tracked. But even as we do that, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to add my voice in the concerns that the majority has raised about this particular bill, and more largely on the conversations around the equalization fund, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is happening to this fund is a wanting conversation that I hope that this House can be able to elevate it a little bit better to the psyche of the nation and to the psyche of the executive. Because what is happening, Mr. Speaker, is not right. Mr. Speaker, to start with, we all know that the equalization fund has a sunset clause, meaning that by 2030, this fund should no longer exist within the context of our Constitution. But, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the way the fund has been treated in the last 7 years or so of devolution, it hasn't actually achieved its purpose. And I agree with the majority leader, Mr. Speaker, that we don't even need to be considering an appropriation bill on this particular fund, because it's a constitutional imperative that was necessitated, Mr. Speaker, by marginalization that has happened in this country since 1965. And perhaps for those who don't know or might forget, the fund came in context of Section Paper Number 10 of 1965, where a number of people in the executive felt that some counties, or rather some areas during that time in our country, which then ended up constituting some particular counties, were not fit enough to economically contribute into the well-being of the country. The people at that time in the executive thought that places like Turkana, places like Mandera, Isiolo, Narok, Tana River, Kilifi, Kwale, that these places had no any permutation whatsoever in contributing to our economic merit. So that any kind of money that was collected in the government coffers at that time were concentrated in areas that, in the best understanding and lack of knowledge of the people at that time in the executive, were concentrated in areas that they thought would contribute to the economic merit of the country. Because of that, between 1965, Mr. Speaker, up until 2013, when this constitution took root, those areas have never known a semblance of government, any semblance of government, Mr. Speaker. Last year, my brother Senator Sifuna, myself, I think Senator Wambua, and Senator Dulo, we made a trip to Mandera. Mr. Speaker, we left there with our heart bleeding. Because, Mr. Speaker, you could see that since 1965, an area like Mandera had never had any semblance of government. In fact, it is the first governor, Governor Roba, who tried to put a few institutions that could even make it possible to have a semblance of government, including as simple things as even seeing tarmac roads. People have never seen tarmac road in these areas, Mr. Speaker. You go to Wajir, it used to be the same. You go to Garissa, it used to be the same. But even apart from just general development, Mr. Speaker, the basic needs that do drive a community's development psyche were not existing. And that is why the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, captured these 4 critical areas. That there is no place in this country should be without roads. There is no place in this country where people should be without water. There is no place in this country where people should not be able to acquire health facilities, basic health facilities, as simple as dispensary, Mr. Speaker. In some places they are missing, Mr. Speaker. I know the visit to North Or, I was not with Senator Arun Cheriot, but Senator Arun Cheriot will tell you that we did visit Lafayette together with him in Mandera. We also did visit Marsabit. We went to Marsabit together with my brother, Senator Cheriot. And we went and we found that there are hospitals in these places that we see as good counties, be it a county in Nyanza that was at that time favored, or in Nairobi, or in Nyeri. People in these areas, Mr. Speaker, when their women have carried their babies in their womb for 9 months and then give birth, you find that in a place like Nyeri, the chance of 10 women losing children is only 1. But when you go to Marsabit, Mr. Speaker, it's a reality that out of 10 women giving birth, only 2 survive, because there's no health facilities as basic as dispensaries and maternity facilities for these people to be able to actually get medical services. So it was critical that this fund had to exist. And then, Mr. Speaker, things like electricity. You will find that a kid in Isiolo, or a kid in Kwale, or a kid in a place as far as Tana River is consuming electricity 50 times less than a kid who is in Nairobi. It is not fair. And that's why this fund had to be. But, Mr. Speaker, there's a sad story about this fund that I think that the Senate must take and pay keen attention to. This fund has not been honored as it was supposed to be. Because, Mr. Speaker, the reason why we are passing this appropriation bill is because in the last 2 instances, the fund has had 2 appropriation acts. The first act was the Act number 3 of 2018, which provided for an allocation of about 12.4 billion, being an allocation that was supposed to serve 2014, 2015, 2015, 2016, 2016, and 2018. And then, Mr. Speaker, we had the next Appropriation Act, which was Act number 7 of 2023, which again further allocated about 10.3 billion, and that amount was supposed to serve 2021, 2022, and then 2022, 2023, Mr. Speaker, under what we call the second marginalization policy, Mr. Speaker. Now, my concern is this, Mr. Speaker. That amount, or rather those amounts that were appropriated, have never been fully honored, Mr. Speaker. The Treasury has never given out this money, and the excuse is what we are working on right now, that there is no legal framework for this. Mr. Speaker, just take note that under the first marginalization policy, and again, for the understanding of the nation, the marginalization policies that have been developed are being developed by CRA to be able to come with the best possible framework under Article 217 that can be able to ensure that the marginalization that has happened and discrimination that has happened along the issues of roads, water, health, and electricity are well captured in the country. So the first marginalization policy, Mr. Speaker, was only inclusive of 14 counties. Some of them I've mentioned. But the second marginalization policy, Mr. Speaker, was more elaborate, more scientific, that sought to actually look at the issue of marginalization in the entire country, to the extent that it included now 34 counties in total, an improvement from 14 counties. It further went into the wards and identified 366 of these wards, and further went to look at sub-counties, sub-locations, a total of 1,424 sub-locations, Mr. Speaker. That means that the issue of marginalization, Mr. Speaker, is so endemic in the entire country that there are places that these 4 services are totally a crisis. And, Mr. Speaker, I say so because even in Migori County, that was included under the second policy, a place like Miuru Bay, a place like Komosoko Nyamosense in Kuria, a place like Masangora in Kuria East, Mr. Speaker, a place like Nyamelo, a place in North Kanyamkago, called Nyamasaria. These are places, Mr. Speaker, that have got endemic road problems, endemic healthcare facility problems, endemic water problems, and endemic electricity problems, Mr. Speaker. So that if these monies have been allocated since the time that the first appropriation was done and the second was done, yet they were not honored, even the one that we're doing here, Mr. Speaker, will have a problem. Just for a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the entitlement that this fund has is about 79.58 billion that needs to go into this fund, Mr. Speaker. And so far, we have only seen an appropriation of about 62 billion to this fund, and out of this, Mr. Speaker, a majority of it has not been given, Mr. Speaker. I think that so far, we have only seen about 13.4 billion, which is about 22% of the entitlement that has been given to this fund. So, Mr. Speaker, as we pass this appropriation bill, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with this House that if it is possible, may this House take note and make sure that we can be able to bring a stronger conversation on the honoring of what has been appropriated. Us doing our job is one thing of appropriating, but it is upon the government of the day to make sure that they honor this appropriation, Mr. Speaker. This bill, Mr. Speaker, will intend to appropriate a total of about 16.8 billion. Yet, if you look at the arrests that I've talked about, Mr. Speaker, is so much that the biggest problem we're going to face, Mr. Speaker, is now a problem of absorption in our counties. Because if these monies keep on piling and the debt keep on piling, the problem that we end up facing is that even at the time that the money is going to be given out, that is, if the government will honor, it is so far into the end of the financial year that sometimes it becomes difficult to absorb this money. And we have seen this at a time without number, when monies are even delayed to go to the counties, although this one is being implemented under a different structure in the National Treasury, together with the provisional administration that we used to have, Mr. Speaker. It is important that we push so hard that these appropriations are honored. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say much more than what I've said, because I know that some of my colleagues here would want to contribute on this issue. But I think, Mr. Speaker, after we pass this appropriation bill that we are going to pass today or in the course of this week, we must retreat and look for a strategy for which we are going to make sure that it is honored, and not only this one, and all the other arrears of about 62 billion to these funds that the National Treasury has not been able to honor must be honored, so that we can give this fund a true meaning of its life. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we will go into a sunset period when we will have passed the timeline of this fund, yet it was never honored, and it will be very difficult, Mr. Speaker, to be able to equalize services to those underserved communities that have faced marginalization since independence. With that, Mr. Speaker, I wish to second, and I hope that the House will pass this bill as is to make sure that this fund takes root. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Honorable Senator, I'll proceed to propose the question that the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bills number 21 of 2025, be now read a second time. Now, the floor is open for debate. However, before we proceed, yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, due to sudden emergencies in the House, I rise to move this motion that pursuant to Article 107(1)(c) of the Constitution and Standing Order number 18 of the Senate elects Senator Mohamed Faki to preside over the sittings of the Senate for the remainder of the day. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and request Senator Mazai to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second.
Now, honorable senators, this is a procedural motion. We need no debate on it. With your concurrence, you'll allow me to put the question. Thank you. Which is that pursuant to Article 107, 1C of the Constitution and Standing Order number 18, the Senate elects Senator Munyehaji Faki, Senator from Mombasa, to preside over the sittings of the Senate for the remainder of the day. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Now the question has been proposed. I can see on my list here, the first is Senator Edwin Sifuna, Senator for Nairobi. It's here. Order, and the distinguished Senator for Nandi. Throw him out.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to be able to contribute to this bill. I want from the onset to say that I support the bill. Honorable Speaker, I have always believed, and I've said on this floor, that if you look very closely, the majority leader is generally a very good man. And if you look with a microscope, you will find things that we agree upon. I want to say that I agree with the majority leader when he says that it is a shame, an embarrassment, that we are only debating this bill 2 months to the close of the financial year. I agree with him in his sentiments that, in fact, the debate on this particular bill is unnecessary because this is a constitutional imperative. There should be a self-executing mechanism to appropriate this money to the counties that have been, or the areas that have been marginalized for a long time. But where we disagree with the majority leader, I wish he would listen to this majority leader. I wish you would have tendered an apology after saying those things that you said, that I agree with. Because, Honorable Majority Leader, there is no one else to blame for the delay other than the current government, of which you are a member. Mr. Speaker, the person in charge of the country right now is from the Majority Leader's party. The people in charge of the National Assembly, although, of course, even after the courts ruled that Azimio coalition is the majority, the Speaker there has refused to implement. So the Majority Leader's party is the majority there. Honorable Speaker, this should be something that he takes up with those institutions when next they meet to discuss matters. In fact, Honorable Speaker, every time we debate this bill, I remind people that the constitution that we have right now has a historical context. There is a historical context to the provisions of this constitution. There is a reason why, Honorable Speaker, my favorite part of the constitution these days is actually the preamble of the constitution, because it gives background to why we gave ourselves this constitution. There was a life we used to live that we decided we were going to stop living. There are things that used to happen under previous regimes that we wanted to put an end to. There are things that never used to happen that we wanted to happen. And Speaker, allow me to just point out 2 things in that preamble. First of all, we recognize the pride of the Kenyan people in our ethnic, cultural, and religious diversity. And we said here that we are determined to live in peace and unity as one indivisible sovereign nation. The reason I start there, Honorable Speaker, is because of the traditional marginalization of... And if you read, it says that the purpose of this fund is to bring the quality of services in those areas to a level generally enjoyed by the rest of the nation. When they said the rest of the nation, Honorable Speaker, They had an area of Kenya in mind. What is the rest of the nation? And who are these that were so far behind that they were not considered the rest of the nation? And that is the question we must ask ourselves. And that is why some of us had problems, Mr. Speaker, with this introduction of other areas also claiming to be marginalized. When, Honorable Speaker, the purpose of the Equalization Fund, we knew when we were saying marginalized areas, who those marginalized areas are. So it just was meant to lift the standard of these 4 basic services: water, roads, health, and electricity, Honorable Speaker, to the level generally enjoyed by other people. And there are some of us, because we swore to protect this constitution, who have stood by that, Honorable Speaker. We believe that there are areas in this country that have been traditionally left behind. Speaker, it has become fashionable in the political space right now. There are people who have just recently discovered that Northern Kenya exists. And me, personally, I have a theory, Honorable Speaker, that after the falling out, the political falling out in the current administration, especially after losing a big chunk of the support from Mount Kenya, people have been forced to discover Northern Kenya. People have been forced to discover that Western Kenya and Luo Nyanza have not been getting certain services. Honorable Speaker, if it were not for that fallout, we would not be hearing about this road to Modogashe and Sijui where. Honorable Speaker, the people in power today were part of the original sin, the marginalization that happened under previous regimes, and everybody's history is known. Some of the people in power right now were Kanu hawks. They are the ones who put the foundation for this marginalization that has happened. So if it were not for that falling out, we would not be hearing some of these things. But those of us who believed in this constitution from the start, Honorable Speaker, we knew that the people of Northern Kenya, the people of Western, the people of Nyanza had been marginalized, and majorly and largely because of some of the politics of our country. I will give you an incident, Honorable Speaker, because I am a member of the Energy Committee. One of the biggest fights we had was the Adani fight. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Energy was telling us that Adani had sent them a PPP proposal for shoring up our electricity infrastructure. Now, there is no problem with that. But the question we asked ourselves is, if you were going to get a PPP to do or upgrade our electricity infrastructure, where do you begin? There is around 13 counties, Honorable Speaker, that are not on the national grid. I was in Mandera with Senator Eddy a few months ago. We were hosted by Senator Roba there, Honorable Speaker. Mandera had no electricity when we were there because they run on generators. The Senator from Marsabit will tell you that although the biggest and largest, one of the largest wind farms in the continent is in his county, they just see those cables running over their homes. They have no electricity. In places like Menengai, they will tell you that. Speaker, would you believe that Adani was proposing that the first phase of the upgrade of our electricity infrastructure was to show up supply in Nairobi? Now, I am the senator of Nairobi. I know for a fact that there are places in Nairobi that have gone without electricity. There's a friend of mine from Embakasi Central who was telling me just today they have gone weeks without electricity. So do I want the people of Nairobi to get electricity? Yes, Speaker, I want them to get electricity. But do I also want those 13 countries who have never seen electricity from the time this country was formed to at least be put on the grid? Yes, I do. That is what equality demands. That is the value of equality and social justice that we talk about. Speaker, we want Kenyans, all of them, in accordance with our preamble, to feel that we live in one indivisible nation. So therefore, Speaker, it breaks our hearts when we see some of these things happening. And we have been told, or if you read the bill, you will see that there is an allocation of 16.8 billion Kenya shillings only, Honorable Speaker. And it's supposed to bring the levels of services to what you enjoy in Mombasa, to what we enjoy here in Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, I have done the math. Let's just start with roads, for instance, as an example. We are told that on average, we spent about between 80 and 150 million shillings to do 1 kilometer of a standard bitumen road that has 2 lanes. 150 million Kenya shillings. So if my math is not very bad, Honorable Speaker, if you did the math, 16.8 billion gets you around a maximum of 110 kilometers of road. If we decided to put the entire equalization fund into one road, it will only be 110 kilometers, Senator Khalwale. Are we really being honest about the implementation of this fund? One of the things I have advocated for, and I am sure that in the next administration, if, for instance, Honorable Speaker, we are lucky enough and Linda Mwananchi forms government, one of the things we want to do, the way there is a schedule about how much money every county receives under devolution, the equitable share. We want 47 counties. We want to see in those 47 counties how much each county receives from the national revenue. Because that is the one thing we are never told. It is possible, Honorable Speaker, that there is accumulation of government expenditure in certain areas because of certain things, and especially because of political expediency. So, Speaker, one of the things I want to promise here is that once we form government as Linda Mwananchi, Mr. Speaker, we will be publishing. Mandera must know how much of the national government resources have been utilized there. When we went to Mandera, Speaker, we complained about the state of the airport there. Speaker, one of the busiest airports in Kenya has no tarmac. And you go to certain counties, I don't want to mention them, but I did mention them in Mandera. There is 2 airports within 5 kilometers of each other. It is just unconscionable. And to prove our point, Speaker, just recently, there was an accident at Mandera Airport. We are waiting for people to die so that we can build an airport in Mandera. Speaker, this issue is a serious issue, and I want us to be honest about it. In fact, one of the things I get asked every day is... point of information. On what? What?
Senator Sifuna, do you...
Speaker, I don't know if he can tell you what he wants to inform me, because I don't usually like to be, when I'm in the middle of teaching, to be taught myself. But let's hear what he has to say, but briefly.
Yes, Senator Eddy.
Mr. Speaker, Senator Sifuna has alluded to something very important, which I also had talked about, but I need to inform you on something here. Senator Sifuna has alluded on the amount of money on this appropriation bill, which is 16 billion. What I wanted to inform Senator Sifuna is that because this fund has got a sunset clause, if you go by the math that it's done of 1.5% of the amount of money that we should get from the national government to this fund, Senator Sifuna, this fund has got an entitlement of 79.8 billion. Now, Senator Sifuna, what I wanted to inform you about is that since the last 2 appropriations were done up to date, that will include the 2025-2026, which we are doing today, 62 billion is the outstanding arrears that the national government has not been honored. So that between the time that this fund was founded up to now, there has only been allocation, or rather there has only been an honoring of 13 billion. I think that's information that's important to him to understand that even though we are even trying to get even the 16 billion to be passed now, 13 billion is the only amount that has been given in an entitlement of 79 billion with arrears of 62 billion. So if the 62 could be released with the fight of people like Sifuna, myself, and yourself, Speaker, and all senators here, it could be a very significant amount to equalize Kenya. That money is big, the 62 billion that is already in arrears. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think, Senator Sifuna, you have been informed sufficiently. Senator Eddy is saying that although we pass the Equalization Fund Act every year, the disbursements from the Treasury are not up to date. There are arrears of 63 billion.
I understand,
Thank
Speaker,
you.
because of the controversy that has been surrounding the fund. In fact, I remember in 2010, I was one of those people who said, this is one of those clauses that should not have a sunset clause, and I will give you the reason. It is not a solid argument, Speaker, to give 20 years to repair damage that has been done over 60 years. The people of northern Kenya and all these other marginalized areas have suffered over 60 years. 20 years from 2010 is supposed to expire in 2030. We need, I think, half of this house and half of the other one to pass an extension of this particular clause. It's unnecessary. Mr. Speaker, I wish, and you know, it's just that I'm not very good in math. Maybe Eddie can help me. I even suspect that these amounts that are being disbursed are not equivalent to 1.5% of all the revenue that we have collected. Because, Speaker, we have a problem, even with the monies for devolution. Because of the National Assembly being slow in approving or passing the Auditor General's reports on our revenue, we are always years back on the base amount that we used to calculate how much money goes to the counties and to funds such as this. So for a period of 60 years, you don't have roads. And then you are being given installments of 12 billion, 16 billion. It will take proper lifetimes. There's people who will die in some of these areas without ever seeing electricity or roads. And I think for me, it is unfair because they continue to be Kenyans and they continue to pay taxes. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I want to support this bill and I want to assure Kenyans that there are good-hearted people out there who had this constitution in mind, because one of the biggest tragedies, I think, is people finding themselves in power and being given a constitution to implement that they didn't believe in, they didn't support, that they actively opposed. There is no way, Honorable Speaker, there is any political will to ensure that you implement some of these things if you, from the onset, did not believe in it. So forget all these stories you hear, Honorable Speaker, about people suddenly discovering Mandera exists, that we need a road from Mandera through Isiolo. Honorable Speaker, there are people who have always known that there is marginalization. They've been part of that system of marginalization. So there's no magic. And that is why, Speaker, I continue to insist that we want in 2027 to have a values conversation. A values conversation. Once you appreciate that a government needs to act fairly, because it is a constitutional imperative of value, that a government must consider equality when they are doing certain things, then you don't need to convince me with your votes to bring roads to Mandera. You don't need to convince me to put Marsabit on the grid, because I am tied and bound by the values in the Constitution that there has to be social justice, Honorable Speaker. So when you see some of these people pushing and saying, oh, Sifuna, how many kilometers of road will you build? Oh, I have built one stadium. How many are you going to build? I have built 30 markets. How many are you going to build? I am telling Kenyans, we want a conversation to return this country on the rail of values. And once those values are in place, Honorable Speaker, everything else falls in place. I thank you.
Senator Khalwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it was interesting listening to the leader of the majority lament and complain that it is a few months before the close of the year that this bill has come belatedly. Who does he think is supposed to bring?
Is it the Senator of Mombasa? Is it the Deputy Minority Whip?
The person to bring this government business to this house is the leader of the majority. His name is Aaron something Cheriot, Senator of Kericho. This business of passing the buck, so that, Mr. Speaker,
you should know the full name of Senator Cheriot, having served with him in the second Senate of this republic. You should know his full name.
Correct, Mr. Speaker, but
Edwin Sifuna is here. He'll tell you that amongst the Valuya, you are only compelled to know all the names of people of your circumcision age or above. But the rest are children. You are allowed to know them by only one name, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Has the short man swallowed a bee once again?
What is out of order, Senator Cherargei? Yeah, you have been given the mic.
Mr. Speaker, I rise under accuracy of fact standing order 105. To say people who are older than Kalwale are known, but the rest are children. I thought from above 18 years old, Senate Majority Leader is an elder. Mr. Speaker, and you have to stop Senator Kalwale because all of us are senators. And finally, Speaker, you have to rein on Senator Kalwale. He has a condescending attitude towards colleagues who are junior than him, Mr. Speaker. If he is a man enough, there was a cabinet minister here by the name C.S. Lee Kinyanjui. He has been an MP, assistant minister, a governor, and now a minister. He has been mark-timing in parliament. Mark-timing.
No.
And
Senator
in fact, in 2017, let me say, because it is on
Senator
record, Mr.
Cherargei,
Speaker, because he is missing.
Senator Cherargei, please withdraw that. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, he should also withdraw the insults. He's saying short man, junior, children. There is no children here. If he wants his children, he should go home. Mr. Speaker, and it is a fact that he lost the gubernatorial bid in Kakamega in 2017. And 2027, he will be trashed again because of his condescending.
No, 2027, we don't know. Yeah. Proceed, Senator Kalwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I therefore want to urge the leadership of the House to be competent, to be efficient, so that things are done timelessly. Mr. Speaker, it was interesting that at the Committee of Finance, when we invited stakeholders to give us their views about this, they didn't come because they are tired of coming and repeating the same things to the committee and this House, and nothing is done. Mr. Speaker, even the only one who came, the children of the Mau Mau post-60 colonial era, repeated the same complaint, namely the policy on marginalization by CRA. The first policy on marginalization, Mr. Speaker, was very clear. It was in tandem with the letter and spirit of this Constitution, which wanted to write the so-called the paper of 1965, sessional paper that gave birth to this marginalization. So they gave us 14 counties, mainly from the northern frontier districts that comprise the northern eastern region and sections of the upper rift, Mr. Speaker. We moved away from it and introduced a political policy of marginalization that had nothing to do with the letter and spirit of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, thanks to this, a policy that was going to guide equalization funds so that roads, electricity, water, and access to health care was enjoyed by the marginalized areas ended up being abused. Mr. Speaker, the inequality in this country is so massive that if you go to the item of roads that equalization was supposed to write, the marginalization is amazing. To this extent, Mr. Speaker, that Nairobi rural tarmac road is at 100%. Murang'a is at 70.6%. Kiambu at 60%. And when you go to Kakamega, Mr. Speaker, that drops to 14.9%. You go to Bungoma, that drops to 13.8%. Mombasa is 11%. Kwale is less than 6%. Mandera is 0%. So this conversation of equality must be the conversation in this House, in a wider political discourse, because inequality breeds a sense of lack of nationalism, and inequality breeds the high poverty levels that we see in various parts of this country. Mr. Speaker, when you argue that this money should not be taken to these counties, it is because you are suffering from the syndrome of the people of Nairobi. The people of Nairobi who have never gone, for example, to Mbalambala constituency. They think the people in Mbalambala constituency, Mr. Speaker, their face are the Somalis in Eastleigh, the Somalis in South Sea. Far from it. Mr. Speaker, those people live in squalor. They need this parliament for us to come the way they are supposed to go. Mr. Speaker, speaking like a doctor, you cannot speak of health care until you are guided, Mr. Speaker, by the care that the medical personnel has. Between you and the patient who wants your services, you are as good as not there. So tell me, Mr. Speaker, the northeastern areas, the disparity is such that to move from to the nearest health center, it is distances of up to 50 kilometers. So how will a woman in labor be able to reach that health center so as to give birth? Mr. Speaker, how will a child, an adult with pneumonia, walk those 50 kilometers to go and access antibiotic that will treat them? Result, high mortality in those areas. Mr. Speaker, it's important that when we are guiding the delivery of health services, we should not be dwelling on abstract issues at the expense of provision of primary health care. Abstract issues like SHA do not override the primary health care. Mr. Speaker, you might not know it, but there is another measure called infant mortality. The children who die in the first 28 days after birth. For every 1,000 children born, the national average is that 3.7% or so of those children must die. But when you just move into the marginalized areas, those figures shoot to figures of between 60 and 90 children dying per 1,000 live births. This cannot be cured by SHA. This can only be cured by a government that is alive to the fact that the backbone of healthcare is primary healthcare, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed a long day in the lives of the unequal people, where you and I come from, where the chairman of finance, Governor Roba, comes from. Every time after the committee, he normally tells me how many harambes he has conducted to try and change something. Granted, he's a billionaire, but I can assure you, my brother, Senator Roba, you will not manage. You will not manage. Those millions, Mr. Speaker, should be used in injecting into governance. The problem is governance. Mr. Speaker, the Senator Mandela is a very good man. Mr. Speaker,
I concur. The Senator of Mandela is a very good man.
He's a good man and a gentleman, Mr. Speaker. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by speaking to the statistics, pure science, the statistics of this marginalization as found in Western and former Nyanza province. Because the Central Migori is an economist, he'll hear me when I say that the government has to go to the people of Migori, people of Nyanza, with different agenda other than asking those people to shout two-term, two-term. Mr. Speaker, those people you are asking to shout two-term, two-term, do you know what they need? They need the improvement of delivery health care, because in Migori, 47 infants die out of 1,000 deliveries, comparing to Nyeri, where 0.1 infants die. This is the conversation we want in the Ministry of Health, Mr. Speaker. We don't hear it. Instead, they send hecklers to the Senate to interrupt when we are contributing to these national issues. Just because the senator might be coming from a county like Nandi, which is my neighbors, we have enough raise. He should not be coming here to interrupt the debate. He should come here to learn from us who can debate using facts, not using drama. Mr. Speaker, we've gone a long way. In fact, there are many people who are looking for Daniel Arap Moi. May his soul rest in eternal peace. If they met him, they would throw several slaps at him, because some of this suffering is because of his uninterrupted 24 years of misrule of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is my belief and hope that we are going to carry the marginalized areas along with the rest of the Kenyans. And this is why I make this emotional speech. Mr. Speaker, some of the profiling that you give people from these marginalized areas, quote unquote, for example, Somalis, it is because of a natural instinct of human beings called the fight back. They fight back. They are unhappy. But if you make them happy, are you surprised that very few Somali girls are married to Luyas, are married to Luos? It is not because they can't fall in love with them. It is fight back. They are saying, these people don't treat us like them, so we don't want to get married to them. But if you're just treating them the same way, I mean, you would find the situation in Kakamega, for example, because we live very well with the Somalis there. They speak clear. In fact, they start their children's plays, which we call children's plays. Somali to Idaho, Somali to Isoga, Somali to Mtoto. That is because they feel we are part of the system. Mr. Speaker, that value of carrying each other is the value that will deliver Kenya to the third world, to the first world, if not the middle economy status. What will not deliver, that will deliver us there faster than sloganeering about going to Singapore, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I support very strongly.
Thank you, Senator Khalwale. Before we go to the next senator, I would want to call on Senator Roba to lay before the table of the Senate the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill. It's okay, Senator Eddy, I understand you'll do it on behalf of the Chamber. And Senator Khalwale, if you want to marry a Somali, you'll talk to Senator Roba later or during the meeting. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Eddy. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, may you protect me from Senator Cherargei?
Proceed, Senator Eddy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday the 6th, May 2026. Report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill 2025, National Assembly Bills number 21 of 2025. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Eddie. Senator Dulo.
I think that will be discussed by Senator Roba, not myself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand here with a heavy heart.
Let's hear Senator Dulo in silence.
To support this particular bill. And the reason why I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker, those who have established this particular fund under the current constitution, Mr. Speaker, had good hearts, had very good interests for the counties that are clearly marginalized then. Mr. Speaker, in the last Senate and last Parliament, marginalization fund, as far as implementation is concerned, was moved to the counties. And that was a very wrong move for Parliament to do that. And Mr. Speaker, the reason why I'm saying that is because we allocate a lot of money or monies to the counties, but they are not helping and they are not actually serving the intended purposes. And having said that, Mr. Speaker, the purpose of Equalization Fund was to bring up or to bring the marginalized counties to the level of some of the counties that are developed. But unfortunately, this fund has further marginalized the marginalized counties, which is serving the opposite purpose of what it was intended for. Mr. Speaker, I know there are people who sit in Nairobi and they don't know where Takaba is. They don't know where Basa is in Isiolo County. But they sit and allocate this budget. And if you look at the disbursement schedule, Mr. Speaker, you will see those who have more are the ones that are given more. And my question is, Mr. Speaker, what criteria are being used to allocate this equalization budget? Because, for example, there are several speakers who have said about water, about roads, about healthcare, about electricity, that many parts of northern Kenya, or the counties that were intended for, although it was increased from 14 to what we have currently, which is politically instigated, Mr. Speaker, I don't see the criteria that is being used as far as disbursing equalization fund is concerned. Mr. Speaker, we have seen in the past, Mr. Speaker, that the manner in which even the projects for equalization fund is given out is unprocedural. Some of the projects are given on the streets of Nairobi. Nobody follows to make sure that public participation has been done. Those projects are priority to the people who are supposed to benefit from. Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm saying we made a big mistake to have actually given implementation of this particular project to county government. Mr. Speaker, you will see in some of the projects for equalization fund, I have 2 funds in my county. I mean 2 projects, Mr. Speaker. There is a project between Isiolo and Oldonyiro, a bridge called Karandare. That project was allocated, or rather funded, in 2021 through Equalization Fund. If you go and see that project, Mr. Speaker, up to date, it's not even done 40%. People who are using that road and that bridge are still suffering, Mr. Speaker. When we actually move this project to the county government, is it national government? Or is it county government that is supposed to monitor those projects? Mr. Speaker, I have a project for health. There were 2 dispensaries. One is in a place that is called Mwangaza, where we visited Isiolo County with Cherargei, Senator Cherargei. After we made a lot of noise, that dispensary was actually finished. But if you look at the dispensary that I currently have in a place called Akadeli, you will be shocked if I share the photos from that dispensary. And it was a first project that was initiated by Equalization Fund. That dispensary should have actually served the people from that area where emergencies occur in the middle of the night, where mothers are actually supposed to deliver in the middle of the night, but they are forced to take their patients in the middle of the night to the county referral hospital in a distance of about 2 kilometers, which equally has almost nothing, even the county referral hospital. Mr. Speaker, it's really very sad. I remember I mentioned that particular project severally to CS Health. I have even written letters as far as that project is concerned. Members of public have made a lot of noise where that dispensary has become a place where even criminals hide. And yet, the funds were meant to protect or to assist or to give service delivery to those who are marginalized. And that is why I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, this budget or these monies, instead of helping the marginalized to actually improve their lives, it's even marginalizing us. We have no roads in our counties, especially the far-flung areas. A place like Marti is almost 200 kilometers from Isiolo, where it's not tarmacked, where the maintenance is done even after 2-3 years. The theater has a problem in case of emergencies, Mr. Speaker. And I wish these monies that are used to areas that are critical, because we are not giving priority to what we need because of lack of public participation. Mothers always actually are driven on land cruisers in form of ambulances from those 200 kilometers to the county referral hospital, where medical negligence is taking place. I have several cases of delivery medical negligences that are actually happening in Isiolo County, just simply because people don't care. The funds that are allocated are not serving the right purpose. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I'm saying I'm actually supporting this particular bill heavy-heartedly is because it's not serving the right intended purposes. Mr. Speaker, if we give priority to the projects that we need within those counties,
Today, we would have electricity, we would have health centers, we have better hospitals within the county referral hospitals, better equipped.
Mr. Speaker, electricity the same. Most of those counties, they don't have, for example, even in my own county, electricity is something that people have never seen. 21st century, Mr. Speaker. When some of the areas you visit, there is electricity even in mud houses. Is that equalization? Kids. I know there was a policy of laptops that were introduced in this country. How are those students going to learn when they don't have electricity? There is so much sunlight in those counties of northern Kenya. If it is actually utilized properly, we will get electricity or something else that can be able to complement lack of electricity, Mr. Speaker. But we don't have priority in equalization fund as far as disbursement is concerned, as far as public participation is concerned. We don't have priorities. That is why this particular fund is not helping those who are affected. Mr. Speaker, I have said the ghost projects that have come up as a result of equalization fund. Even Kenyans, they don't know how equalization fund is operating. Because even for us as members of parliament, we run from one office to the other just to know how much is allocated, who is managing it, how is the fund disbursed. There is no clear structure as far as equalization fund is concerned. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to take a lot of time, but what I really wanted to say here is we want to know the procedures used in disbursing this particular money. I know Senator Roba is not listening to me and is the chair of finance, but I hope he's speaking what I'm saying. And I know, Speaker, you're also a member of that particular finance committee. I'm actually challenging the manner in which this money is disbanded. Which point of order?
Proceed, Senator Dulo.
No, he can have his point of order.
Proceed, Senator Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this. Those who are in finance committee, they need to explain to us how this budget is disbursed. Because I can see a county like Bomet, maybe Senator Sige will speak for Bomet. It has been allocated 31 million. If you look at Isiolo, it's 270. If you look at Kajiado, it's 674. If you look at others, it's 1 billion. Criteria, which criteria are used? Is it the rate of marginalization? We want to know the criteria used as far as disbursing this particular fund is concerned. And I will request, and I will bring a statement. Mr. Speaker, we want to know which projects have been taken up by equalization fund since inception. All the projects under equalization fund should be audited. The ones that are complete and the ones that are ghost projects. And I know there are so many ghost projects in those counties under equalization fund. Mr. Speaker, the sunset clause, if I may conclude. If we really don't know what equalization fund has done for the period it has been in operation, I don't see the purpose of having the sunset clause. It should not be there because we are still marginalized. Equalization fund has done zero as far as I am concerned, and if I may speak for Isiolo County. Some of the projects, Mr. Speaker, under equalization fund, if you go to the counties, the governors will say, it is money allocated to them that actually has done those projects. We cannot differentiate what equalization has done vis-a-vis what the county has done as far as those projects are concerned. We need to have proper audits of equalization fund to know whether it has served the right purpose or not. And with that, I support, but as a house and as parliament, we need to do something about equalization fund, because there is no equality, even in disbursement, even in the way projects are done. It's not helping Kenyans. We must sit down and ask ourselves, how do we improve on what is currently happening? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Dulo. There is a marginalization policy which is prepared, I think, by the Commission for Revenue Allocation and approved by the Senate. So we do approve the marginalization policy, and the last policy which was approved departed from the 14 original counties now to 33, and even villages have been mentioned. Thank you. Yeah, Senator Roba, Chair, Finance.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill. Honorable Speaker, it's very important that for purposes of making sure my other colleagues in the Senate also are refreshed with the efforts that this Senate has done. 2 years ago, Honorable Speaker, a bill sponsored by myself called Equalization Fund Administration Bill was passed by this Senate, and whose key objects were only two issues. One, to adjust the sunset clause by another 10 years, and number two, to anchor Equalization Fund Board in law so that they cease to become a department of National Treasury and are able to do their role independently. Honorable Speaker, it is very sad that while pastoralist parliamentary group members in National Assembly and Senate are more than 110, that bill has remained unprocessed because of vested interest. It's a very sad position, thereby creating a quagmire where 62 billion shilling, excluding the appropriation bill we are processing right now, of funds remaining unreleased with the sunset clause fast approaching, and there is no remedy for that purpose. Because of impoverished, selfish interest without looking at the broader benefit to the marginalized communities, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it pains me as the Chair of Finance. When I sit there, time and again, we call the CS National Treasury, one after the other CS, this one. And when we talk about Equalization Fund, it becomes the fund that is easiest to rob, deny funds. Even now, the budget, the supplementary budget that has been passed by the National Assembly has removed 2 billion shilling from Equalization Fund just because it's convenient. That is what needs to happen. Honorable Speaker, marginalization is not equal to poverty. Poverty is not equal to marginalization. Marginalization is poverty arising from deliberate resource denial by successive government using sessional paper number 10 of 1965. Honorable Speaker, what has happened over the years in these areas, pastoralist areas, is deliberate by government. And it's very sad that every successful government has remained committed in word, but non-committed in action in terms of realization of the Equalization Fund, in terms of even the appropriation bills we've passed in the past. Honorable Speaker, that money has not been credited to Equalization Fund account. Honorable Speaker, you know, if the governments are not willing to operationalize Equalization Fund effectively as required, because sometimes I was a governor for 10 years, I sit in different meetings, I see government administrative structures, including the apex structure of the government, frowning when they hear equalization fund as if they are really getting that money out of their pocket. This is constitutional allocation to these marginalized areas in the wisdom of the draft of the Constitution, who really looked at the deliberate state of resource denial by successive government has created inequality in terms of development, in terms of lack of roads, lack of electricity, lack of water, lack of health facilities. And in that wisdom decided 0.5% of the approved budget, audited and approved budget each year to be allocated to equalization fund account. Honorable Speaker, I stand here today as the Chair of Finance, and having really presided over several appropriation bills, to really say it is okay, for the government of Kenya to decide completely. They are not willing to operationalize equalization fund, and as such, just decide to amend the Constitution and remove that 0.5 if the people receiving are unworthy of that consideration. I guarantee you today, if that 0.5 was going to go to the mountain or any other region, Rift Valley, Nyanza, that 0.5% would have been operationalized with an air of emergency around it. Honorable Speaker, we discuss every day, we lament, and unfortunately, I would have blamed the government with every word that I can. But looking at the caliber of leaders that we produce from the pastoralist communities, who are impoverished in thought, and I'm very sorry to say this, because when equalization fund administration bill that is meant to adjust the sunset clause, to give an opportunity for these areas to be implemented over time in a way that the government is able, will be kept in the National Assembly for nearly 3 years. And the pastoralist parliamentary group, who are majority and can stop everything in that National Assembly, are not doing anything. They are not stopping. They are not doing anything, literally. They are unconcerned that 62 billion shilling meant for their people is unappropriated or has not been credited to the account, and an instrument that would have facilitated, because the sunset clause has neared. It is, the sunset clause has neared, and we are approaching just few years before we reach the sunset clause, Honorable Speaker, and that bill has been negated, forgotten. Now, what moral authority do we even have to talk about equalization fund as leaders from the region? The Senate can do its bit. If the members of the National Assembly coming from the pastoralist communities do not up their game, and up their game from the context of looking at things from impoverished, selfish, self-centered view to a broad view of these resources getting to the counties, then I do not know what I can say. Because, Honorable Speaker, we are doing an exercise in futility. We support because this is the constitutional requirement. We support with air of hopelessness that it is not going to be implemented. And a drop of implementation has taken place just to keep that thing going. Honorable Speaker, I hope and pray that the people in authority, the Ministry of Finance, the government of the day, will see sense in the context of the fact that these people deserve these funds. They are Kenyans too. Resources were denied to them for years. Marginalization, a state of resource denial. People say, oh, there's equalization fund. It is not implemented. And, a state of, poverty arising from a state of resource denial for 60-something years is not a switch on and off. It was supposed to be a process to realize that equalization. While we immensely appreciate little gestures that is being done by the current government, like the construction of Isiolo-Mandera Road, which will really impact on the lives and livelihoods of this population. Honorable Speaker, inside our counties and constituencies and wards, there are no roads. And this is money that we would have used. There are no electricity. There is no water. Honorable Speaker, I can speak until tomorrow because of the pain I feel. But I just want to say I support. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Roba. Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was very keen to listen to my brother, the distinguished Senator, Governor, Senator Roba, because he's the chairperson of the Finance Committee. And I feel the pain of having been marginalized for many years. And I agree with colleagues, Mr. Speaker, as I rise to support the Equalization Funds Appropriation Bill 2025 that covers the financial year 2025-2026. Because I agree that 60 years of marginalization of these areas cannot be rectified within 20 years. But I'm happy as a parliament, as a Senate, we did pass the marginalization policy to extend 10 years, Mr. Speaker, because we can. And Mr. Speaker, we wished, and the intention, you know, they say the founding fathers had a noble intention. But I don't think they had noble intention, because looking at sessional paper number 10, that was titled Africa Socialism and its Application to Planning in Kenya, one of the key aspects of that sessional paper number 10 of 1965 was to bring high potential areas, especially agriculture, and we know where are these, Mr. Speaker. So we need to blame the founding fathers because they were never noble, Mr. Speaker, sir, on coming up with sessional paper number 10. And I agree with Senator Roba that it goes against the backdrop of, Mr. Speaker, of ensuring access to the best. Mr. Speaker, looking at Article 204, the intention and drivers of Article 204 was to use equalization fund for issues like roads, hospitals, Mr. Speaker, electricity, and health, Mr. Speaker, and water. And I'm speaking this, Mr. Speaker, knowing that somewhere in Garissa, Mr. Speaker, people are drinking very dirty water, yet there is equalization fund in place. Mr. Speaker, it's very tragic that it's only 2 months before the end of the financial year that we are discussing the disbursement of 16.8 billion of equalization fund that is supposed to go to our counties. Mr. Speaker, it's also this political posturing and stamping by the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, of generating the same bill. You remember, Mr. Speaker, distinguished Speaker, that you are a member of this Finance and Budget Committee, yet we have generated a similar bill. So I don't know what political posturing National Assembly wanted to achieve, because they went and word by word, copy and paste and bring the same bill. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the ultimate person who should benefit in our legislative process is the ordinary Wanjiku, is the ordinary Mohammed, is the ordinary Mueni, Mr. Speaker, is the ordinary Kiprop, Mr. Speaker. We must ensure that this political posturing of the two houses in this issue should and must stop, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I've heard, and Mr. Speaker, the sad thing, and I know you sit in finance and budget, is that there are 62 billion of equalization fund that is yet to be released to counties, Mr. Speaker. These are the conversations that the Council of Governors should be engaging us. Mr. Speaker, if we had a functional National Assembly, the Minister of Finance would have been censured, the National Treasury, long time ago. Because, Mr. Speaker, on the following grounds, the reading of Article 152.6 of the Constitution 2010 says that a cabinet minister can be censured or vote of no confidence, Mr. Speaker, if they violate the Constitution. I want to advise the National Assembly. When you read Article 219, it says money appropriated by Parliament, Parliament meaning not National Assembly, shall be dispersed or given to counties without undue delay. 62 billion, Mr. Speaker, has yet to be dispersed. How sure are we this 16.8 billion will be dispersed, Mr. Speaker? That makes 78.8 billion. And I want to correct our brothers who are saying 16.8 billion will not be enough. Mr. Speaker, if we dispense today 78.8 billion Kenya shillings to our counties, many things will change, Mr. Speaker. And if the National Assembly were functional and doing their constitutional mandate, Speaker, Senator Mahanzo, and they wanted to invoke Article 152.6, they would have censured the Minister of National Treasury for violating Article 219 by not dispersing 78.8 billion that is meant to counties, Mr. Speaker. That is a clear violation of the law and the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, which is the supreme law. When you read the preamble, it says, we the people. And Mr. Speaker says it can be exercised directly or indirect. And the indirect representative of the people are members of the parliament. And therefore, I know the National Assembly are on recess. They must call the Minister of National Treasury to order and request or direct that the minister disperse of the money as per the law. So, Speaker, in terms of, I wanted to commend a few things, Mr. Speaker. You remember even the issue of UHC staff, Mr. Speaker, because we are talking of health. We had agreed on universal health coverage. The Minister of Health came here, C.S. Aden-Duale. He confirmed that they had agreed with Council of Governors to transfer universal health coverage staff to counties, Council of Governors, after their pay, their allowances, their severance pay, Mr. Speaker, has been paid to them so that county governments can absorb the UHC staff, Mr. Speaker. Up to now, our sons and daughters, more than 6,000 plus, who stood and fought COVID-19, are yet to be confirmed into permanent and pensionable. Mr. Speaker, Article 41 on labor rights have been defied, violated, Mr. Speaker, and I expect the chairperson of health should have seized the matter and ensure we call governors to order on the issue of UHC, that they must confirm our sons and daughters universal health coverage, Mr. Speaker. I normally go to them, they depend on stipends. I was in Kaptumo, Mr. Speaker. Kaptumo Sub-County Hospital in Kaptumo Center, Mr. Speaker. And you meet a number of our young men and women, Mr. Speaker, who are depending on the stipend. They are depending on the sadaka of the governor, magnanimity of the governor, Mr. Speaker. This issue of UHC we must address as a house once and for all. I was in Meteitei. We were in Kapsabet. I was in Chepterwai. I was in Nandil, Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, Mr. Speaker. And there is a standard operation, SOP, of how Level 4 hospitals should be operated, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I want to appeal to the Committee of Health that the Council of Governors or our counties must be called to order. Let them observe our UHC work. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they are lucky because it's almost 4 years or 5 years that UHC have been working in our hospitals. So they will not need any training. These are people who have worked within our facilities, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, the issue of health under equalization, I hope a dispensary like Setek dispensary in Tindred Sub-County, which is in a very pathetic state, will be used because Tindred Soba Songo, Mr. Speaker, will get 189,860,206 that will go through equalization fund. And I believe Setek Dispensary Hospital, for example, dispensary which is in pathetic, and others in Soba Songo and Tindred Ward are able to get access to these funds, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, yesterday I saw the governor of Nandi going for a procedure in Kapsabet County Referral Hospital, and we were doubting because it looked like he went to cut nails in the hospital, because how can you be operated when you are smiling? We were shocked that which kind of operation is this, but because the Committee of Health had visited that hospital, is trying to posture, because when we went to Kapsabet County Referral Hospital, the place is dirty and pathetic, the inadequate medical services, Mr. Speaker, there is no operational morgue. In fact, the 100 million that was related to mortuary services in Kapsabet was squandered under his watch, Mr. Speaker. So I was shocked that he went yesterday to cut nails in the hospital and want us to believe that there was a serious procedure. Because I believe a serious procedure should be the hard, serious procedure. And you know, you cannot be telling us you are being operated and you are smiling. How can you say you are being operated by doctors and you are smiling to the camera, Mr. Speaker? Yeah, so, Mr. Speaker, that is what I wanted to mention, Mr. Speaker. The issue of roads. Mr. Speaker, somebody gave us statistics of roads in Nandi. We are also doing badly in terms of tarmac, for example. Nandi has 10.2...
Senator Age, is Nandi one of the marginalized counties?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I thought in the schedule of the equalization fund, Nandi is getting almost 300 million, over 300 million, in the following wards. We have Soba Songo, Chemelil Chemase, Kapchorwa ward in Nandils, Mr. Speaker. So we have almost 4 wards in Nandi in 2 sub-counties, that is Nandil sub-county and Tindred sub-county. So we are beneficiaries of this equalization fund, and that is why I'm really emphasizing, because I know the situation. For example, in Kapchorwa ward, the roads are very poor. We don't have dispensaries and schools, and you go to places like Kapchanga, Tereno, Jubilee, Ngatip Kong. Mr. Speaker, people are living on the roadsides because they were evicted from the forest. So, Mr. Speaker, and that is why I really wanted to emphasize that we must, even on this issue of health, we must look at the UHC staff. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to KOTU. These unions who defend workers like KMPDU, led by Brother Damf Chiatella, and of course the indomitable, the lion. Here comes the lion, Papa Francis Atwoli, what we call the grandfather of union politics, should come and defend this UHC staff. I want to appeal to him. I saw the former impeached deputy president trying to attack Atwoli because he's working with the government of the day. My question is simple, Mr. Speaker. Workers work for government. Why would you not Mr. Atwoli to work with the government of the day? How will they push the issues of labor? You cannot expect unions to be the opposition of government. You need unions to work with the government to improve on the work issues of the government, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, the impeached deputy president and Fasul and the rest who are attacking Papa Francis Atwoli is very... And you know, Mr. Speaker, on a lighter touch, you saw on May 1st, that Mr. Francis Atwoli was on record that he still needs this work because he has a 1-year-old baby that needs to buy Pambas, Uji, and many other things, Mr. Speaker. So it is important that people know that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the issue, therefore, in Nandi, this 10.9% road network that is there, because some of this will use to improve road network in Tindred, in Soba Songo ward, in Kapchorwa ward, in Chemelil Chamas, and Mr. Speaker, possibly, we should include Chepterwai ward in Masab sub-county, and even Terik ward in Aldai sub-county, so that they can also benefit. Mr. Speaker, because in Nandi we have only 183 kilometers of tarmac roads, but we want to thank the President because under the national government we are likely to get 200 kilometers of tarmac road. And I want to be on record, Mr. Speaker, that a place like Mr. Speaker, like Celia, Kaiboi, that tarmac is complete. The one that is from Kaiboi, Kurgung, Chepterwai, Kapkatembo, Mr. Speaker, is ongoing. Even the one from Timborwa is now past Maraba Township. There is one that comes from Kisumu in Mamboleo, Chemelil, all the way to Chamase, and it will end up in Aldai. And of course, there is one from Nandils, Imaki, Mr. Speaker. So even as we appeal to the national government to assist in tarmacking, this money that is given for roads, especially on these 3 wards, must and should be looked into, Mr. Speaker, so that we can ensure that we push and ensure that we get value. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that Nandi Hill Sub-County, which has Kapchorwa ward as the beneficiary, is getting 20,159,824. Mr. Speaker, Tindred, Mr. Speaker, is getting 169,700,382 to the 2 wards, that is Soba Songo, Chemelil Chemase ward, and Kapchorwa ward, coming to a total of 189,860,206 that will go to most of our important others. Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, the issue of equalization fund, and I'm aware with the raging roads in terms of roads improvement, Mr. Speaker, there is, and I hope the KERA, or is it KERA, Kenya Rural Authority, although I always believe that it should be abolished. Because why would KERA be doing rural roads, yet we have devolved under the 4th schedule? I have never known the reason why KERA is there. Because there is a bridge called Kormaet Bridge in Masab sub-county, Mr. Speaker, which is almost being carried. It is dangerous, Mr. Speaker. Even in Chemnoet Bridge, we have also some bridges in Tindred and other parts of Nandi that is almost being carried away. But you know, KERA is here in Barabara Plaza, in Mombasa Road. How will they know where Chemnoet is or Kormaet Bridge, Mr. Speaker? Or where is in Kwambuzi, Uwanja Wambuzi in Mombasa, Mr. Speaker? Was it not better to
They have regional offices in Mombasa, and I believe in all over the Republic they have regional offices.
They have regional offices, Mr. Speaker, but you know they should freeze that point that the Speaker has taken. You should not be putting the... But that's, Mr. Speaker, they have regional offices, but even that regional offices in Mombasa, will they be able to know the farthest end of Mombasa? As we have regional offices that is based in Eldoret, but will they know where is Chemesis or Kapkulumben or Mombwa near Kunyak in Kericho, Mr. Speaker? They will never know. So we need to ensure that we devolve some of this, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, because I have seen the light is on and colleagues, Mr. Speaker, Kenyans should understand the people who approve budget projects in our counties, our county commissioner, CCM finance, CDF managers, a representative of county assembly, and of course a number of representatives from the CDF board. Mr. Speaker, let me give an interesting fact. Coincidentally, most 10 poorest counties, according to Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, Turkana, 82.7%, Mandera, 80.4%, Samburu, 77%, Garissa, 71%, Tana River, 66%, Marsabit, 66%, Wajir, 64%, West Pokot, 60%, Kitui, 58%, Isiolo, 55%. This is Kenya National Bureau of Statistics.
Close. If you go by the math that it's done of 1.5% of the amount of money that we should get from the national government to this fund, Senator Sifuna, this fund has got an entitlement of 79.8 billion. Now, Senator Sifuna, what I wanted to inform you about is that since the last two appropriations were done up to date, that will include the 2025-2026, which we are doing today, 62 billion is the outstanding arrears that the national government has not been honored. So that between the time that this fund was founded up to now, there has only been allocation, or rather there's only been an honoring of 13 billion. I think that's information that's important to him to understand that even though we are even trying to get even the 16 billion to be passed now, 13 billion is the only amount that has been given in an entitlement of 79 billion with arrears of 62 billion. So if the 62 could be released with the fight of people like Sifuna, myself, and yourself, Speaker, and all senators here, it could be a very significant amount to equalize Kenya. That money is big, the 62 billion that is already in arrears. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think, Senator Sifuna, you have been informed sufficiently. Senator Eddy is saying that although we pass the Equalization Fund Act every year, the disbursements from the Treasury are not up to date. There are arrears of 63 billion.
I understand,
Thank
Speaker,
you.
because of the controversy that has been surrounding the fund. In fact, I remember in 2010, I was one of those people who said, this is one of those clauses that should not have a sunset clause, and I will give you the reason. It is not a solid argument, Speaker, to give 20 years to repair damage that has been done over 60 years. The people of northern Kenya and all these other marginalized areas have suffered over 60 years. 20 years from 2010 is supposed to expire in 2030. We need, I think, half of this house and half of the other one to pass an extension of this particular clause. It's unnecessary. Mr. Speaker, I wish, and you know, it's just that I'm not very good in math. Maybe Eddie can help me. I even suspect that these amounts that are being disbursed are not equivalent to 1.5% of all the revenue that we have collected. Because, Speaker, we have a problem, even with the monies for devolution. Because of the National Assembly being slow in approving or passing the Auditor General's reports on our revenue, we are always years back on the base amount that we used to calculate how much money goes to the counties and to funds such as this. So for a period of 60 years, you don't have roads. And then you are being given installments of 12 billion, 16 billion. It will take proper lifetimes. There's people who will die in some of these areas without ever seeing electricity or roads. And I think for me, it is unfair because they continue to be Kenyans and they continue to pay taxes. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I want to support this bill and I want to assure Kenyans that there are good-hearted people out there who had this constitution in mind, because one of the biggest tragedies, I think, is people finding themselves in power and being given a constitution to implement that they didn't believe in, they didn't support, that they actively opposed. There is no way, Honorable Speaker, there is any political will to ensure that you implement some of these things if you, from the onset, did not believe in it. So forget all these stories you hear, Honorable Speaker, about people suddenly discovering Mandera exists, that we need a road from Mandera through Isiolo. Honorable Speaker, there are people who have always known that there is marginalization. They've been part of that system of marginalization. So there's no magic. And that is why, Speaker, I continue to insist that we want in 2027 to have a values conversation. A values conversation. Once you appreciate that a government needs to act fairly, because it is a constitutional imperative of value, that a government must consider equality when they are doing certain things, then you don't need to convince me with your votes to bring roads to Mandera. You don't need to convince me to put Marsabit on the grid, because I am tied and bound by the values in the Constitution that there has to be social justice, Honorable Speaker. So when you see some of these people pushing and saying, oh, Sifuna, how many kilometers of road will you build? Oh, I have built one stadium. How many are you going to build? I have built 30 markets. How many are you going to build? I am telling Kenyans, we want a conversation to return this country on the rail of values. And once those values are in place, Honorable Speaker, everything else falls in place. I thank you.
Senator Khalwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it was interesting listening to the leader of the majority lament and complain that it is a few months before the close of the year that this bill has come belatedly. Who does he think is supposed to bring?
Is it the Senator of Mombasa? Is it the Deputy Minority Whip?
The person to bring this government business to this house is the leader of the majority. His name is Aaron something Cheriot, Senator of Kericho. This business of passing the buck, so that, Mr. Speaker,
you should know the full name of Senator Cheriot, having served with him in the second Senate of this republic. You should know his full name.
Correct, Mr. Speaker, but Edwin Sifuna is here. He'll tell you that amongst the Valuya, you are only compelled to know all the names of people of your circumcision age or above, but the rest are children You can even, you are allowed to know them by only one name, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Has the short man swallowed a bee once again?
What is out of order, Senator Cherargei? Yeah, you have been being given a mic.
Mr. Speaker, I rise under accuracy of fact standing order 105 to say people who are older than Kalwale are known, but the rest are children. I thought from above 18 years old, Senate Majority Leader is an elder. Mr. Speaker, and you have to stop Senator Kalwale because all of us are senators. And finally, Speaker, you have to rein on Senator Kalwale. He has a condescending attitude towards colleagues who are junior than him, Mr. Speaker. If he is a man enough, there was a cabinet minister here by the name C.S. Lee Kinyanjui. He has been an MP, assistant minister, a governor, and now a minister. He has been mark-timing in parliament. Mark-timing.
No.
And in
Senator
fact, in 2017, let me say, because it is on
Senator
record, Mr.
Cherargei,
Speaker, because he is busy in...
Senator Cherargei, please withdraw that. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, he should also withdraw the insults. He's saying short man, junior, children. There is no children here. If he wants his children, he should go home. Mr. Speaker, and it is a fact that he lost the gubernatorial bid in Kakamega in 2017. And 2027, he will be trashed again because of his condescending.
No, 2027, we don't know. Yeah. Proceed, Senator Kalwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I therefore want to urge the leadership of the House to be competent, to be efficient, so that things are done timelessly. Mr. Speaker, it was interesting that at the Committee of Finance, when we invited stakeholders to give us their views about this, they didn't come because they are tired of coming and repeating the same things to the committee and this House, and nothing is done. Mr. Speaker, even the only one who came, the children of the Mau Mau post-60 colonial era, repeated the same complaint, namely the policy on marginalization by CRA. The first policy on marginalization, Mr. Speaker, was very clear. It was in tandem with the letter and spirit of this Constitution, which wanted to write the so-called the paper of 1965, sessional paper that gave birth to this marginalization. So they gave us 14 counties, mainly from the northern frontier districts that comprise the northern eastern region and sections of the upper rift, Mr. Speaker. We moved away from it and introduced a political policy of marginalization that had nothing to do with the letter and spirit of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, thanks to this, a policy that was going to guide equalization funds so that roads, electricity, water, and access to health care was enjoyed by the marginalized areas ended up being abused. Mr. Speaker, the inequality in this country is so massive that if you go to the item of roads that equalization was supposed to write, the marginalization is amazing. To this extent, Mr. Speaker, that Nairobi rural tarmac road is at 100%. Murang'a is at 70.6%. Kiambu at 60%. And when you go to Kakamega, Mr. Speaker, that drops to 14.9%. You go to Bungoma, that drops to 13.8%. Mombasa is 11%. Kwale is less than 6%. Mandera is 0%. So this conversation of equality must be the conversation in this House, in a wider political discourse, because inequality breeds a sense of lack of nationalism, and inequality breeds the high poverty levels that we see in various parts of this country. Mr. Speaker, when you argue that this money should not be taken to these counties, it is because you are suffering from the syndrome of the people of Nairobi. The people of Nairobi who have never gone, for example, to Mbalambala constituency. They think the people in Mbalambala constituency, Mr. Speaker, their face are the Somalis in Eastleigh, the Somalis in South Sea. Far from it. Mr. Speaker, those people live in squalor. They need this parliament for us to come the way they are supposed to go. Mr. Speaker, speaking like a doctor, you cannot speak of health care until you are guided, Mr. Speaker, by the care that the medical personnel has. Between you and the patient who wants your services, you are as good as not there. So tell me, Mr. Speaker, the northeastern areas, the disparity is such that to move from to the nearest health center, it is distances of up to 50 kilometers. So how will a woman in labor be able to reach that health center so as to give birth? Mr. Speaker, how will a child, an adult with pneumonia, walk those 50 kilometers to go and access antibiotic that will treat them? Result, high mortality in those areas. Mr. Speaker, it's important that when we are guiding the delivery of health services, we should not be dwelling on abstract issues at the expense of provision of primary health care. Abstract issues like SHA do not override the primary health care. Mr. Speaker, you might not know it, but there is another measure called infant mortality. The children who die in the first 28 days after birth. For every 1,000 children born, the national average is that 3.7% or so of those children must die. But when you just move into the marginalized areas, those figures shoot to figures of between 60 and 90 children dying per 1,000 live births. This cannot be cured by SHA. This can only be cured by a government that is alive to the fact that the backbone of healthcare is primary healthcare, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed a long day in the lives of the unequal people. Where you and I come from, where the chairman of finance, Governor Roba, comes from. Every time after the committee, he normally tells me how many harambes he has conducted to try and change something. Granted, he's a billionaire, but I can assure you, my brother, Senator Roba, you will not manage. You will not manage. Those millions, Mr. Speaker, should be used in injecting into governance. The problem is governance. Mr. Speaker, the Senator Mandari is a very good man. Mr. Speaker,
I concur. The Senator of Mandela is a very good man.
He's a good man and a gentleman, Mr.
proceed.
Speaker. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by speaking to the statistics, pure science, the statistics of this marginalization as found in Western and former Nyanza province. Because the Central Migori is an economist, he'll hear me when I say that the government has to go to the people of Migori, people of Nyanza, with different agenda other than asking those people to shout two-term, two-term. Mr. Speaker, those people you are asking to shout two-term, two-term, do you know what they need? They need the improvement of delivery health care, because in Migori, 47 infants die out of 1,000 deliveries, comparing to Nyeri, where 0.1 infants die. This is the conversation we want in the Ministry of Health, Mr. Speaker. We don't hear it. Instead, they send hecklers to the Senate to interrupt when we are contributing to these national issues. Just because the senator might be coming from a county like Nandi, which is my neighbors, we have enough race. He should not be coming here to interrupt the debate. He should come here to learn from us who can debate using facts, not using drama. Mr. Speaker, we've gone a long way. In fact, there are many people who are looking for Daniel Arap Moi. May his soul rest in eternal peace. If they met him, they would throw several snaps at him, because some of this suffering is because of his uninterrupted 24 years of misrule of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is my belief and hope that we are going to carry the marginalized areas along with the rest of the Kenyans. And this is why I make this emotional speech. Mr. Speaker, some of the profiling that you give people from these marginalized areas, quote unquote, for example, Somalis, it is because of a natural instinct of human beings called the fight back. They fight back. They are unhappy. But if you make them happy, are you surprised that very few Somali girls are married to Luyas, are married to Luos? It is not because they can't fall in love with them. It is fight back. They are saying, these people don't treat us like them, so we don't want to get married to them. But if you're just treating them the same way, I mean, you would find the situation in Kakamega, for example, because we live very well with the Somalis there. They speak clear. In fact, they start their children's plays, which we call children's plays. Somali to Idaho, Somali to Isoga, Somali to Mtoto. That is because they feel we are part of the system. Mr. Speaker, that value of carrying each other is the value that will deliver Kenya to the third world, to the first world, if not the middle economy status. What will not deliver, that will deliver us there faster than sloganeering about going to Singapore, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I support very strongly.
Thank you, Senator Khalwale. Before we go to the next senator, I would want to call on Senator Roba to lay before the table of the Senate the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill. Okay. It's okay, Senator Eddy, I understand you'll do it on behalf of the Chamber. And Senator Khalwale, if you want to marry a Somali, you'll talk to Senator Roba later or during the meeting. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Eddy. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, may you protect me from Senator Cherargei?
Proceed, Senator Eddy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, the 6th, May 2026. Report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill 2025, National Assembly Bill.
Instead of taking to the counties, instead of taking to the constituencies, and instead of making it under the governors, I think the fund has its own committee, led by a chairman, very able chairman, who's be a permanent secretary, who's be an ambassador and all these things. So that fund must be accounted for. I think we need to go to the drawing board so that this money can have an impact within the few years remaining, and then we request for an extension. But of course, as we talk now, personally, I have nothing to say about if there's any improvement. Using this fund, we have achieved no other improvement other than marginalization of the highest order. Because 1 billion shillings cannot make an impact for different police areas. Honorable Speaker, you'll be surprised. If you say 0.5% of the total GDP, the money that has been collected, by this time we should be having 200 billion or 300 billion. But today we're being told that what they are releasing is only 40 billion. So this money must be investigated and must be interrogated where the funds for the Equalization Fund has gone. And I think Treasury should come out and come up open that they tell us how much money is available, and I think we need to replan. Because the money being released is not involving the leadership. It's not involving the Senate. It's not involving the Member of Parliament. So it is actually only the Committee of Equalization that assigns money. And then you see giving to locations, sub-locations. Of course, that's okay. But of course, we need to have an impact so that this money can make a difference and change lives of those who are marginalized. With those few remarks, I beg to support, and I think with some amendments. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute in this very important piece of legislation, which I've overheard around Parliament for many years. Mr. Speaker, this is described as an act of Parliament to authorize the issue of a sum of money out of the Equalization Fund and its application towards the service of the year ending 30th June 2026, Mr. Speaker, to appropriate the sum of certain public basic services and for connected purposes. And then number 6 tends to ring fence that, because, Mr. Speaker, this is in 2 months' time, in fact less than 2 months' time, this money should be gone. And then number 6, despite the provisions of the act, of this act, the approval granted under Section 4, which is the monies to go to those places, under Section 4, shall continue in force until all the projects identified in each constituency specified in column B of the schedule are completed, and this act shall be sufficient authority for the controller of budget to authorize withdrawal of funds from the fund for the amount specified in column C of the schedule for each county specified in column A of the schedule where the projects are implemented for a period beyond 1 financial year. Mr. Speaker, although we are trying to implement this fund, it is, to me, an activity in vain. Although the Section 6 of the same is trying to say that the controller of budget should hold their peace and not follow the normal procedures of the law, most of the projects supposed to be covered under Equalization Fund, Mr. Speaker, are very important projects, and most of them have to be procured. Mr. Speaker, with less than a month to closure of financial year, this is just a PR exercise, an exercise in futility. We should have passed this law as a matter of priority many months ago, What we are going to do is do PR, we have sent this to Treasury, then other laws will come in, this and that, and then they'll say the financial year is closed. Let's begin another financial year, of which you'll have to bring another equalization fund here. I support equalization funding, but I don't support the formula used. In fact, initially, and that's why we have gone around in circles for many years, and just as the Senator for Wajir said, you send this money to the counties, it gets misappropriated. You send it to a member of parliament, it gets misappropriated. So what's the use of having these monies allocated and then there's no proper mechanism of making sure it is implemented and that the projects are specific? If it is water, health, roads, and the biggest problem actually which has brought lack of equality in this country is roads. I support the fact that in northern Kenya we need tarmac roads. The other day I went with the Senator Chute to his county and say, was it not for President Kibaki who did a road all the way to Moyale? To come from Moyale to Mandera is 400 kilometers on earth road, which has rivers. By the time a brand new Land Cruiser moves 400 kilometers in such a bad road, where stones are just cut even new tires. In fact, Senator Chute told me you need to carry 4 new tires, because once your tire is poked, you have no remedy in those bushes. And you expect these members to represent people in such counties and make sure that, that we have equality. In fact, such counties have been abandoned for so many years. And in fact, there's such good land for airports, for hairy cattle. And when you go there, simple things, no water, dry boreholes, and you have big rivers, you can do big dams and do big cities there. And with the halal meat, you are able to export meat direct to Middle East, you know, with a lot of ease, and we generate enough income for the country. But Mr. Speaker, that has not happened. Those areas have continued to be marginalized. I am not happy with the fact that Machakos has been included, Kitui included, we suffer, Kajiado included, we suffer same climatic condition. The justification given by the CRA was that Makueni has 300 kilometers of the railway line, the new railway line. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't help us. That is an infrastructure of national government. If you value it against the people of Makueni, it has not helped the people of Makueni, Mr. Speaker. What it did, in fact, what SGR did, was to remove the normal business on the roads along Makueni, where shopping centers and truckers, you know, used to get facilities and to do business with the people of Makueni. The coming of SGR, although it's a blessing to the country, did not specifically help the businesses in Makueni. It disadvantaged them. And then somebody uses that as a justification not to classify Makueni as an area which is not equalized, surrounded by counties who are, you know, equalized, who are benefit from equalization fund. And therefore, I don't think the formula used previously should be reviewed. In fact, my policy now is there is no single county in Kenya which doesn't have a marginalized area. In Nairobi, you have slums. If you go to a place like Kisumu, you still have areas where there are no roads and people still live in slums. If you go to many parts, every county has a serious issue of road network. And I think we should have gone, in this business, we should have gone with certain priorities. There are places where priority is water. So we say this equalization fund, we are doing water. And you do water pans, you do water boreholes, and you do water everywhere. Then you come, including Nairobi, there is no water in many times, and the Nairobi water is unable to explain why they cannot even have flowing types of water. They have to ration, meaning it is still marginalized. Then next time you say, we are now going to do roads. And that year, we just do roads. Then another year you say, we are now going to do schools. We are going to look for the most undeveloped schools, primary schools. Then you now work on schools, and all leaders agree we need ABCD school. Up to now, you saw the schools in Tharaka. I know Kidiki became a deputy president just the other day, but He's been a senator there for 10 years. There are MPs there, Murugara. But the area is marginalized. The Minister of Education is supposed to do some of these schools. Why has it not done them? Even when I was a member of parliament, you apply to Minister of Education. They are supposed to do certain schools. They agree. You do the BQ. You do the budget. The financial year just closes. Nothing has been done. They keep quiet about it. Minister of Education continues. The monies cannot be accounted for. So we have a serious problem when it comes to equalization fund, and equality itself in it. And then there is an issue of corruption, issue of dishonesty. It's just like this bill. I don't see it be implemented at all. I see other tougher. I see the Constitution taking precedence. I see the Finance, Act taking precedence over this small law, which is just going. We don't even know when it is going to be signed. Probably to be signed in June, and then the June ends. So I doubt whether this is going to be implemented at all, from what I've seen in the practice. And therefore, we need to be proactive. The other bill of this nature of 2026, 2027, Mr. Speaker, must be implemented much earlier. We must be brought to this House much earlier. This has delayed at the National Assembly. And then we come to debate here when there's no time to do procurement, because the procurement law has to come into place. We are not going to do direct procurement because the law has arrived late. And the curing Section 6 does not sufficiently cure. It leaves open for the other laws to play in. So we really need to make this for real. I have seen the roads in Nandi on some YouTube channel. Somebody was complaining where cars could not move. I have seen the roads in Bomet. So everywhere we have an issue where you must make sure that we do equalization. And this is a very serious law, Mr. Speaker. That's why every member should have an opportunity to comment about their county and what is happening. It should not be rushed simply because we want it, because June 30th is coming. And I still have an issue that Makueni has been left out. And therefore, unless persuaded otherwise, I am not going to vote yes for a law which discriminates Makueni, which calls us out not to have a share of equalization fund. We have no water yet. You cannot use the Konza City, Thwake Dam, and the railway to justify. Thwake Dam stalled 3 years ago. As soon as President Ruto came to power, it is stalled. Konza City is moving very slowly. So you cannot really say that we are not suffering, Mr. Speaker. If we had water, probably if Thwake Dam was working, then we will know we'll be irrigating and we are growing food, and therefore we can release the money to go to Mandera or Wajir. Mr. Speaker, I will only support this with amendments, and I hope a third reading will be able to bring in the amendments to include Makueni as one of the deserving counties. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Manzo, for keeping time and being considerate to your other colleagues. Senator Wakoli.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity for me to weigh in on this hot topic of the day of the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill 2025. Honorable Speaker, Kenyans have followed our discussion, our debate, our engagement with the Council of Governors with regard to oversight that the Senate keeps on pushing to ensure that there is value for money, that Kenyans are being milked to ensure that we run and foot bills for this country. Honorable Speaker, I've looked at the allocation of these resources to the western part of the country, and I want to say that Western Province, the earlier Western Province, Western Kenya, the county of Trans Nzoia is getting 12.16 million. Bungoma, my great county of champions and of people with high acumen, Honorable Speaker, we are getting 95.592 million. Busia County is getting 19.529 million, Honorable Speaker. And these are resources, Honorable Speaker, that are meant to change the lives of the great people of Bungoma. I've been perturbed, shocked, and at most perplexed, Honorable Speaker, to realize that last year we spent a lot of time discussing on these amounts of monies, and Bungoma managed to secure 61.835 million shillings. And I speak here today, it is really degrading for the great people of Bungoma to realize or to be informed that the county government of Bungoma could not write proposals, could not present proposals of projects to be funded by these resources, Honorable Speaker. Bungoma has over 2 million people. It has scholars, Honorable Speaker. The levels of poverty in this area that was supposed to get this money is known, Honorable Speaker. There is no stranger in the executive of Bungoma who does not understand that, Mount Elgon needs a lot of resources, and the lower parts of Bungoma. We have bad roads, we don't have water, we don't have electricity connectivity to the homesteads in Mount Elgon and surrounding constituencies. It is quite unfortunate that my governor was seen in Kilifi complaining that oversight is a bitter pill to swallow. Yes, we have agreed they should come. But here we are tabled a report that shows he could not, with his people, bring proposals worth 61.835 million shillings. Where does he want the people of Mount Elgon to go to? The people of Chebiuk, the people of Kaptam, the people of Kapkateny, the people of Kapsakwony, the people of Elgon Ward. Where does the governor expect these people to get services if he cannot write simple projects that can make the lives of our people better? There we have lost 61 million. Again, we have pushed. They used to say we have no role in allocation of funds for counties. We pressed the button. The resources were not coming. We have again pressed. We are allowing the resources to come. Bungoma, we have agreed, is supposed to get 95.592 million shillings. Does the county government of Bungoma have the audacity and readiness to table projects that have been, a process of public participation has been taken for people to decide what they want and to be part and parcel of the process? Some time back, Honorable Speaker, I brought on the floor of the House that they tabled, they give me the minutes of public participation, the projects they chose, the outcome of the process. Up to date, that question is still pending. The county government has not furnished me with the reports of the equalization, how they utilize those funds. Now I'm bringing 95 million. We have a few months to go. Honorable Speaker, I want to tell my people of Bungoma that I will not watch. I will not give up. I will not turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to them. The county government of Bungoma, led by Ken Makelo Lusaka, must wake up from slumber. Bungoma is not on autopilot, where the plane is in the air, the pilot is asleep, or has taken some dose of Brufen and does not know where the county is going to. The other day he sacked ministers. He went through the back door and reinstated them through the courts. The same people who cannot write proposals of water, electricity, roads, education, 65 million went, I'm bringing 95 million shillings. Can the people of Bungoma have confidence in the government of Ken Makelo Lusaka on little resources from the coffers of this republic? So I want to see water in Mount Elgon, proper clean water. I want to see roads, and tenders must be given openly. We want to see power connectivity to the homesteads of those people. As we speak, the levels of ECD classes in Mount Elgon is wanting. Those people of Mount Elgon are not children of a lesser God. And I'm wondering if the governor is under some spell or some overwhelming spiritual cover that does not allow him to realize that the people of Bungoma need liberation, and liberation by proper use of government resources. So as a Senate, we have to crack the whip. We cannot allow, Honorable Speaker, these counties not to produce projects. Monies have gone back. Again, we are appropriating, and we have not summoned them to come and tell Kenyans, do they lack the intellectual capacity to prepare proposals and defend their counties? And I want to reach out to the county assemblies of these counties. If a governor cannot write simple proposals, you need to summon them. You need to summon the finance ministers. You need to summon the education ministers to tell us, do they have a problem in the executive whereby resources are there and they are showing a characteristic behavior of a hyena, that they are waiting for resources to come late so that they devour, or they want the county to die so that they eat the carcasses of the counties? We will not allow, Honorable Speaker. I want to conclude and say, I am taking this battle back to the people. I was on this house, we passed those amounts. I am back on this house, we are giving them 95.592 million shillings. I'm going to tell the people we have passed these monies. It is up to you and me to watch and push the executive to get us proposals and bring it ourselves. Otherwise, the way the county government of Bungoma is behaving, Honorable Speaker, it is as if it is on only painkillers and that we have no hope for better tomorrow. But as the governor thinks that is the case, we are up and alive. We are watching him every step of the way to ensure he leaves Bungoma a better place than how he found it. Whether he likes it or not, we will have to deliver. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And for the rest of the counties, we want projects, not only on paper, but on the ground. Because it has come to the realization, Honorable Speaker, that many of the reports they bring to the House of good pictures, good reports, but when you go to the ground, there is nothing. So they have learned to eat using the biro pen. When the people of the ground are not accessing these documents they bring to the House of the Senate. So I want to encourage Kenyans and my great people of Bungoma that I will expose the rot in Bungoma. Whatever report they bring that is faulty, I will expose them. Because our people say, hide a patient under the table or the bed. The next thing we'll hear are cries of sorrow, mourning, because of the demise of the people we hide under the bed. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Wakoli. Now I'll call upon Senator Wakwabubi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for according me this opportunity to contribute towards the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill in this House. Most speakers have presented key issues pertaining the fund, and I want also to give my input as a rider to what Senator Wakoli has put across, majorly in Bungoma County. Looking at this equalization fund as a fund that was meant to bridge the gap, the developmental gaps in marginalized areas, so as to improve on the basic or rather essential services in those specific areas. A case in point here in Bungoma County is in Mount Elgon, which happens to be one of the 9 sub-counties in Bungoma County. Looking at the outcomes so far, I would categorically state and boldly state that this has not fully attained its objective of bringing these essential services in regard to water projects, electricity connectivity to the national grid, infrastructure, and the health facilities, because those are the key social amenities that we are looking at. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that this bill could have been well intended, but then the deliverables have not been realized insofar as our plans are concerned. Maybe due to significant implementation challenges, or rather delayed project execution, mainly based on what some of the senators have presented, that there is a low rate of uptake due to delayed preparation and submission of maybe BQs and some multi-layered conditions, those bureaucratic processes that it has to undergo. So I want to look at Mount Elgon and specifically look at the areas of concern and maybe the projects that were intended for. For example, in Kaptama Ward, there was an anticipation that land be purchased so as to establish a KMTC training center. But looking at the records, it's not yet been confirmed in the public procurement records of Bungoma County if at all this land has been purchased. So the status of that land purchase is still wanting, and we want to push and find out where this money is. Looking at the areas in Mount Elgon like Kamagul, Kubra, Sambocho, Sacho, Kapkrongo, Chongeyo, and Koshok. These are areas that need attention in regard to these social amenities. But so far, nothing is forthcoming. So I don't know if the projects are misaligned or maybe there are those shortcomings that lead to the Auditor General's disapproval of the budget that is intended for that. So maybe those strict approval processes and predefined conditions need to be relooked into, because this equalization fund is becoming, to me, it is increasingly contingent, because the fund has not been fully rolled out, or rather it hasn't been promptly rolled out, and therefore causing delayed impact to the targeted beneficiaries. So looking at Article 204, Clause 6 of the Constitution of Kenya, we are looking at that amendment in regard to the sunset clause. And I think its amendment aims at extending the lifespan of the fund to address these persistent developmental gaps. So I want to support the bill, but with the amendments. One, that maybe we can mainstream a performance mechanism-based framework in it, so that we look at specifics. For example, looking at it this way, that we have an increasing push to make the funding contingent on targeted, specific, audited, and marginalized wards and constituencies, and maybe also pegging on the PFM Act and regulations. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to concur with the rest of the speakers that the intention was good, but the execution and implementation is nowhere. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for according me that opportunity. I support, but with amendments.
Let's all rise, honorable senators. Thank you, Senator Wakwabubi. I would have indicated to you that you had more time if you still desired in the session coming next, but you concluded on your submissions. Now, honorable senators, it's now 6:30 p.m. Time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 7th of May, 2026 at 2:30 p.m.
21 of 2025. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Eddie. Senator Dulo.
I think that will be discussed by Senator Roba, not myself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand here with a heavy heart.
Let's hear Senator Dulo in silence.
To support this particular bill. And the reason why I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker, those who have established this particular fund under the current constitution, Mr. Speaker, had good hearts, had very good interests for the counties that are clearly marginalized then. Mr. Speaker, in the last Senate and last Parliament, marginalization fund, as far as implementation is concerned, was moved to the counties. And that was a very wrong move for Parliament to do that. And Mr. Speaker, the reason why I'm saying that is because we allocate a lot of money or monies to the counties, but they are not helping and they are not actually serving the intended purposes. And having said that, Mr. Speaker, the purpose of Equalization Fund was to bring up or to bring the marginalized counties to the level of some of the counties that are developed. But unfortunately, this fund has further marginalized the marginalized counties, which is serving the opposite purpose of what it was intended for. Mr. Speaker, I know there are people who sit in Nairobi and they don't know where Takaba is. They don't know where Basa is in Isiolo County. But they sit and allocate this budget. And if you look at the disbursement schedule, Mr. Speaker, you will see those who have more are the ones that are given more. And my question is, Mr. Speaker, what criteria are being used to allocate this equalization budget? Because, for example, there are several speakers who have said about water, about roads, about healthcare, about electricity, that many parts of northern Kenya, or the counties that were intended for, although it was increased from 14 to what we have currently, which is politically instigated, Mr. Speaker, I don't see the criteria that is being used as far as disbursing equalization fund is concerned. Mr. Speaker, we have seen in the past, Mr. Speaker, that the manner in which even the projects for equalization fund is given out is unprocedural. Some of the projects are given on the streets of Nairobi. Nobody follows to make sure that public participation has been done. Those projects are priority to the people who are supposed to benefit from. Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm saying we made a big mistake to have actually given implementation of this particular project to county government. Mr. Speaker, you will see in some of the projects for equalization fund, I have 2 funds in my county. I mean 2 projects, Mr. Speaker. There is a project between Isiolo and Oldonyiro, a bridge called Karandare. That project was allocated, or rather funded, in 2021 through Equalization Fund. If you go and see that project, Mr. Speaker, up to date, it's not even done 40%. People who are using that road and that bridge are still suffering, Mr. Speaker. When we actually move this project to the county government, is it national government? Or is it county government that is supposed to monitor those projects? Mr. Speaker, I have a project for health. There were 2 dispensaries. One is in a place that is called Mwangaza, where we visited Isiolo County with Cherargei, Senator Cherargei. After we made a lot of noise, that dispensary was actually finished. But if you look at the dispensary that I currently have in a place called Akadeli, you will be shocked if I share the photos from that dispensary. And it was a first project that was initiated by Equalization Fund. That dispensary should have actually served the people from that area where emergencies occur in the middle of the night, where mothers are actually supposed to deliver in the middle of the night, but they are forced to take their patients in the middle of the night to the county referral hospital in a distance of about 2 kilometers, which equally has almost nothing, even the county referral hospital. Mr. Speaker, it's really very sad. I remember I mentioned that particular project severally to CS Health. I have even written letters as far as that project is concerned. Members of public have made a lot of noise where that dispensary has become a place where even criminals hide. And yet, the funds were meant to protect or to assist or to give service delivery to those who are marginalized. And that is why I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, this budget or these monies, instead of helping the marginalized to actually improve their lives, it's even marginalizing us. We have no roads in our counties, especially the far-flung areas. A place like Marti is almost 200 kilometers from Isiolo. The theater has a problem in case of emergencies, Mr. Speaker. And I wish these monies that are used to areas that are critical, because we are not giving priority to what we need because of lack of public participation. Mothers always actually are driven on Land Cruisers in form of ambulances from those 200 kilometers to the county referral hospital, where medical negligence is taking place. I have several cases. People don't care. The funds that are allocated are not serving the right purpose. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I'm saying I'm actually supporting this particular bill heavy-heartedly is because it's not serving the right intended purposes. Mr. Speaker, if we give priority to the projects that we need within those counties, today we would have electricity, we would have health centers, we have better hospitals within the county referral hospitals, better equipped. Mr. Speaker, electricity the same. Students going to learn when they don't have electricity. There is so much sunlight in those counties of northern Kenya. If it is actually utilized properly, we will get electricity or something else that can be able to complement lack of electricity, Mr. Speaker. But we don't have priority in equalization fund as far as disbursement is concerned, as far as public participation is concerned. We don't have priorities. That is why this particular fund is not helping those who are affected. Mr. Speaker, I have said the ghost projects that have come up as a result of equalization fund. Even Kenyans, they don't know how equalization fund is operating. Because even for us as members of parliament, we run from one office to the other just to know how much is allocated, who is managing it, how is the fund disbursed. There is no clear structure as far as equalization fund is concerned. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to take a lot of time, but what I really wanted to say here is we want to know the procedures used in disbursing this particular money. I know Senator Roba is not listening to me and is the chair of finance, but I hope he's speaking what I'm saying. And I know, Speaker, you're also